I've defeated, so I'm not going to go with those two. But there is another drama that's rising in the ranks. Oh, there's a bad news arising. So, in this one, we have the thing known as a new thing that's been coming around on TikTok and the internet is a group, a movement called CAD, Christians Against Dinosaurs. Now, yes, I've heard what the person, I'm not going to mention name, bring it up as well. And a lot of people said, Dan, you do realize Christians don't acknowledge that there are dinosaurs in the Bible. According to some Christian groups, you're not supposed to believe in dinosaurs. Okay, let me specify this. Yes and no. Look, when it comes to dinosaurs, I'm a big dinosaur person. Even my mascot of Snickers here is a Tyrannosaur, the Snickersaurus Rex. So I'm a big dinosaur nerd by heart. Even trying to get these to work, the triops. If you see Generation Productions, I'm trying to get these to work. So, and I haven't been successful so far, but I'm still going to keep trying. So we'll see how we go, where we go to with that. I also put some shrimp into that too as well, some of the brine shrimp. So we'll see how we go. So I can get. I also moved the triops into a bigger container as well. So we'll see how we go with that. So there is that. But on another note, we've got some other drama peoples to cover, like I was saying. So who's the drama community today? Like I said, we're talking about Christians Against Dinosaurs. Again, there's a lot of Christian groups out there that try and say that dinosaurs aren't real. I mean, it's a bit like it's a bit like the Australian conspiracy, right? The whole idea of Australia doesn't exist. That's the concept we're going with, people. The absurdity of this whole concept. So the concept is, technically speaking, of this thing. So let's get into it and see if we can cover this. So this is Christians Against Dinosaurs. Now, don't get me wrong. I love these people. They're fun to see, but this is Christians Against Dinosaurs. Now, the whole premise is this is to say that Christians are fighting against the myths and of imaginary dinosaurs. So this is their little proclamation. They're Christians against fighting against dinosaurs. But here's the thing. There's one big issue with these guys, right? The biggest issue with these people is the fact that the problems with this mob is that dinosaurs do in fact exist. But here's the thing: where I sort of agree with the devil's advocate here for these people, where I sort of agree with them, is the concept of you see, every model, everything that we see, excuse me, everything we see that looks like a dinosaur is just a facsimile of it, only a representation of a dinosaur, right? So I can just keep putting stuff together to this thing and sort of make it look like a dinosaur, and it looks like a dinosaur, but do we know if that really does look like what a T-Rex looks like? Of course we don't. We know that it doesn't, because the tail of a T-Rex doesn't drag on the ground. This was an outdated variant of a Tyrannosaurus skeleton where they believed that the tail was dragging on the ground. And having this bipedal stance. We now know that T-Rexes are actually more horizontal, like so. But it does. Oh, damn, I lost the arm. I'll have to go find that later. Dang it. I've lost it. Okay. I'll have to find that later. But for example, like I said, the fact is of the T-Rex thing, it may not look anything like what we expect. If we were to really go digging for a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a, you know, Diplodocus or something, do they actually really look that way, or is it just an artist's interpretation of what the animal looks like? That's one thing that's still up to debate. When people are putting fossils together and stuff, is it actually the real animal they're putting together and making out, or is it just bones they've just slapped together. Now, here's the thing: some people also say that fossils are made today. Not exactly. It's called concretion. Basically, where minerals and stuff cause things to harden. You'll find somewhere in a mine shaft a hat like mine or a hard hat actually got limestone dropped on it, and the limestone sort of concreted it, concretioned it, like sort of like made a somewhat fossil, but not really. It's not. It's a non. It's not an exact science of what concretion is. Um, but yeah, it's a similar process to fossilization, but not really. Um, Considering most fossils are formed by water. But anyway, the concept is, where does the whole thing stand? Well, we're going to cover some of these people's views and opinions, and also I want to point out some more interesting facts. Yes, there are dinosaurs in the Bible. We have many references to Behemoth and Leviathan. And you know what I think's hilariously funny about that? There's many stories about what is Behemoth and Leviathan, but a lot of Bibles uh, drop it and sort of say modern Bibles that have been created today say it's like a hippo or an elephant. They basically drop what Leviathan and Behemoth really are. Now Leviathan, I think, is more like your generic I'm trying to think of the word for it. To me, Leviathan more resembles, like an anaconda or a like a snake that you'd find. As far as I'm concerned, like a giant, python. That's what I feel it is. But behemoth, again, people say it's an ox. Some say it's a giant fish. You know, some say it's a hippo and stuff. So yeah, and some have said it was an elephant, but not entirely true. That's where some of these Christians get confused. It's because the Bibles they're given to read are inaccurate. Behemoth and Leviathan do seem more like Behemoth does seem to be like a sauropod. A behemoth looks almost seems to be like one of these kind of dinosaurs, a giant sauropod, where it has a giant neck and has a giant tail. It even says in the Bible that Behemoth, his tail sways in the wind like a cedar tree. Now, if anyone knows how big a cedar tree is, it's massive. It's like in Australian terms, it's almost like a pine tree. It's massive. So yeah. But anyway, let's cover these guys, shall we, and see what they have to say. But yes, but via dragons and mention of dragons and the name of the Behemoth and Leviathan. But in the dragons, people are trying to pass that off when the Bible mentions dragons. It means snakes, or it means, it means like when I refer to dragons, I mean like some sort of snake or some sort of what was the thing I was thinking of? Like when I refer it to a dragon, they normally refer it to demons. If you look up in Revelation, it refers to Satan being the great dragon. So there's many things where, yeah, things are open for interpretation. So I'm going to cover. There's only about a few videos here. I don't know if they haven't done any live streams, I don't think, or any shorts as of yet. But there is a few videos done by Dr. Russell here, and a few videos done by some podcasts and stuff. So we'll look into all these guys and start. And I think will start with good old Russell, because Russell was the one he's the one who sort of started it. I think he's the one who sort of started this whole movement. But he also is against rock music too, this dude. So okay, let's go. Let's go, dudes. Hold on to your hats, folks. Let's go check this dude out. So I'll put that one down for a second, and we'll pull up this dude. Oh, I went whoops. So here we go. So we're pulling up this dude. Whoop. A guy by name of Dr. Russell. This is the first of the, I believe he's the first person who's sort of like behind this whole CAD bullshit. But anyway, let's get into it. Because he also covers other things as well. But this is, I think he covers a lot of different stuff because he's trying to go against rock music at the moment, like Slipknot, like a music band. So, but he did cover Christians Against Dinosaurs. So let's get into this dude, shall we?
Hi, Dr. David Russell here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say to you, look at me. I'm not even real. I'm like a unicorn or a dragon which never existed. But metal people and
Yes, but here's the thing, McDouchebag. You got to understand there is talk about unicorns in the Bible, and it's also like referring to either a actual unicorn or basically like a rhinoceros kind of thing, like a rhino looking thing. Either way, yeah, unicorn things did actually exist in the Bible. And yes, dinosaurs do exist under dragons, and yes, dragons do exist. But anyway, let's continue. But only on the guise of being dragons exist only through the guise of being dinosaurs. But anyway, let's continue.
atheist fools will tell you different. Oh, look at me. I found some dinosaur bones, which could be from any animal, and I will arrange them according to my silly imagination. No.
Okay, so yeah, apparently there is a way that you can actually make fossils out of other bones, which I think we might have a look and see if we can look into that because there is actually a place that actually does do that, which I think is rather interesting. Make dinosaur bones out of living animals today, animal bones. That'll actually be interesting to look at. But at the moment, we're just going to cover this dude. So, yep.
No. Dinosaurs did not exist. That is a fact.
Yep.
Use science, use logic, use your mind, people.
But most scientists, dude, state that dinosaurs do exist as part of the genealogical the construction of Earth. So many people disagree with you, dude, about the science of dinosaurs actually existing. All right, let's go.
Don't be a sheep. Peace be with you. Bye.
You know what? I'm really starting to get sick of this shit, where everyone says, "Oh, if you're listening to someone like say me, for example, or say somebody else, you're being a sheep to them, and you're following the crowd of haters, or you're following the crowd of disruptive influences if you support a certain person or support a certain YouTuber. You're being a blind sheep." No. Listen, people make their own choices, dummy. Whether you want to call them a blind sheep or not, the fact of the matter remains, people make decisions on who they choose to watch on YouTube or anywhere else for that matter. People have choices. That's the difference between us and sheep, is that we can choose where to go and what to do and what to say. Although, mind you, though, humans can be manipulated, but that's not being a sheep, right? A sheep can't be manipulated, right? Sheep aren't easily manipulated. Sheep will try and kick and buck and thing. I mean, have you ever been to a sheep station? Have you ever been to a farm dealing with sheep? Sheep kick, buck, whatever, do shit in the in their bedding, or out there in the things. They shit. They shit all over themselves, mate. That's the reason why a lot of the sheep get shorn, not just for the fact of manufacturing wool, but also they have to be clipped around their tails and stuff because of the shit that sticks to it, mate. That's the reason why they dock their tails a lot of the cases. Sheep is a lot of different kettle of fish, mate. Just saying. And even with the human aspect of it, the idea is saying that but people are being so blind They follow blindly, ergo being like sheep. But I disagree with that analogy. Besides, when he looks like this, he actually kind of looks a bit like another insane YouTuber. Why is it that a lot of insane YouTubers look almost alike? You know, the druggies and the spazzy kind of peoples. They look almost all identical to each other, except this one looks like the male equivalent of a certain someone. Just saying. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, what's with all these crazy dupes? I don't know. They're almost all crazy goofballs around here on this platform. Almost look almost exactly identical to everyone. It's crazy. So yeah. So there he gives a thing about talking about the whole dinosaur thing. And there's a link, but I think that's probably going back to the whole Christians against dinosaurs bullshit. So let's go back to that mob. Okay.
Asana helps you keep track of all the details
So,
in one place, so you and your team can stay focused on the work
yes.
and the goals that matter most.
All right.
Try it for free at asana.com.
Yeah, I know, but I don't. I don't want any more to do with this dude now, because we already covered his theory about shit. But that wasn't really much in depth. Then we get this lovely lady who goes into a bit more depth with stuff. So, yeah. Hey, Chop Suey. Yeah, we're talking about these. Yeah. Sorry, dude. I was just watching the video. Sorry. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah. Sorry, Chop Suey. I'm here now. Sorry about that, dude. Welcome back. Welcome back any soon. So no, sorry, I was just busy watching the video. Sorry. Sorry about that. Does it get caught up with this shit? So let's go check it. Now this lovely lady here goes into a deep dive and tries to explain. And then I think she's also, I don't know what's ever happened to her, because she was actually a big mascot behind Christians Against Dinosaurs. I wonder if she stopped doing videos because she kept on getting bullied for it. I don't know. But shout out to that chick, because she is very awesome looking, and she is very passionate about what she believes about this whole belief. But sorry, girl, I'm gonna have to debunk you, and I don't really want to. I'm not gonna hate on you, but I'm gonna debunk you. So this is this lady, okay? I'm not exactly sure what her actual name is. I thought maybe it was Sarah or something. Like I said, the name sort of slips my mind for the moment. But in any case, let's get. I think this is the first video she's ever done. So let's cover this. Let's get into it.
Hello, Kristen again. For
Kristen,
tonight's
sorry.
Ask an Admin.
Sorry, not Sarah. Kristen. Okay, so this is Kristen. Okay. All right, let's go.
Hello, Kristen again. For tonight's Ask an Admin.
All right, Kristen.
In the spirit, I wanted to do kind of a video Ask the Admin with questions that you've given me in both the thread that I was asking for them and in some private messages that some people sent as well. So I guess we'll just jump right into it. This one is from a gentleman named Owen. And Owen writes, can you go more into, we had the concept of a dinosaur before the fossils were found. Where did the concept come from? And that's a great question. And it stems from the argument that the dinosaur bones that are found all over the place, they create dinosaurs. And the dinosaur concept, the visual aspect of the dinosaur, how they were going to look, what they were going to be made out of, how tall they were going to be, how much they were going to weigh. That was all decided in a very long talk by a gentleman by the name of Sir Richard Owen back in 1842.
Yeah, yes and no. You see, actually, there was a lot of. Sorry to catch you out, Kristen, but there's actually a lot of different people at the time who was researching dinosaurs at the time. It wasn't just Sir Richard Owen. There was actually a few different people who were discovering dinosaurs at the time. Uh, so, um, in the early 1800s, we had Georges Craver and William Smith, the first people who pioneered paleontology. So they were the first ones who actually created paleontology. But the first person ever to be considered to be the the ground before Sir Richard Owen, before George Carver and William Smith, before them guys, the first person ever to discover the existence of dinosaurs, or in this case, marine reptiles and stuff from the Paleozoic era, was Mary Anning. And she was the one who sort of gave somewhat of a birth to paleontology. She found remnants of bones and things along the shorelines when she discovered giant sea things such as the ammonites and the plesiosaur and ichthyosaurs. Like the marine reptiles, Mary Anning was the first one to discover it. Then from there we had from Mary Anning, then we have Georges Carver, and of course. Okay, so this is sort of I'm trying to figure out. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a deep dive. So deep dive, more or less, it was it was pretty much the whole sort of thing here was around about the 17th century. Okay, so we're covering this thing. A lot of the stuff first started getting interest in dinosaurs and paleontology stuff was around about the 17th century. Of course, we had, like I said, the likes of the Chinese finding dinosaur bones and claiming that they were dragons. Again, also other people around the world claiming of dragons was finding dinosaur bones. So that was sort of like where the sort of myth of dragons came from, was from finding dinosaur bones. But then after we skip ahead to the 16th century, we have, like I said, Mary Anning. Um, Apparently, Leonardo da Vinci also sort of did a bit of a deep dive, like I said, with the whole dragons and stuff. I know. So then, around about the 17th century, we had, like I said, had a bit more about dragons and the idea of megalodon shark teeth being either the dragon's tongue or being part of the teeth of a dragon, not really knowing it was actually a shark at the time. We also the 18th century with again the discovery of the ammonites and stuff like that. So we had we had lots and lots of people leading up to the whole paleontology scene. It wasn't just one person. That's actually a mistake in historical things where they state that it was actually that one person, Sir Richard Owen. He didn't actually start the dinosaur fad or craze. It was actually others before him that sort of led up to it.
So, sounds all well and good, right? No, except in the first actual dinosaur bones and the first actual fossils weren't discovered until 1854 by Ferdinand van de Veer.
Uh, Not. I don't think so. I'm going to have a bit of another deep dive. What did you say it was?
discovered until 1854.
So 18th century. Well, actually, that was discovered before that, though, with the Greek philosopher Xenophanes of Chalcedon. So no, it goes way before 18th century. Get it right, lady. It happened Kristen. It happened way before that. It started right. The whole idea of paleontology started right back with the discovery of those ancient reptiles, right back the 17th century, and maybe even as early as the 6th century, with the discovery of things then. What did you say it was? You reckon discovered them?
By Ferdinand van de Veer
Ferdinand van der Veer.
Hayden.
Was that?
By Ferdinand van de Veer Hayden.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, but he was sort of like around in the 19th century. He was a geologist, not a paleontologist, though. So he doesn't really count, though. That doesn't really count, though, because he's a geologist, not a paleontologist. So not exactly in the same league. Too sad to say. Well, I'll look up and see if there's anything related to him about fossils. Well, he did do a bit of digging for fossils, but most of the stuff he was into was more other stuff. He wasn't really he was a geologist. He wasn't really looking for. He was looking more at rocks and minerals. He wasn't really looking for fossils, though. So I'm not sure if he actually counts. But anyway.
In Missouri. So now you have a concept before you actually have any of the fossils to go along with it.
No. No. Correction, Kristen, no. The concept of dinosaurs, yes, came before Richard Owen coined the name Dinosauria. That is true. However, if you go by the things, even early as some people even thought when they found those giant bones, thought them to be giant whale bones, or thought they were giant human bones at one point. So no, the concept of finding giant fossilized bones has been around for like eons at this point. It's been going for a long time, Kristen. It's not like that. And like I said, we also had the myths of dragons, legends of dragons, and stuff like that as well. So yeah, the myths and legends about dragons as well. Again, referring back to some of the earliest known thoughts about dinosaurs, what dinosaurs could be, ergo the beginning of dragons, and the whole idea of some idea for behind some giant stories come from dinosaur bones as well. But anyway, let's continue.
So did the concept drive the fossils, or did the fossils drive the concept? If you're asking me, I'm going to say that the concept drove the fossils.
No. Lady, Kristen, listen. The fossils were discovered before even the name dinosaur was brought forth. Yeah, that's part of your argument. Yes, the concept of the idea of the name dinosaur came before, like the discovery of finding the bones and things came before the actual name. Yes, that's your whole thesis here of what's wrong. Yes, the concept of the name dinosaur wasn't used until Sir Richard Owen eventually coined it. Yes, or his wife did. I think it was either him or his wife actually first brought it to his attention of calling it Dinosauria. I can't remember which way it was. But either way, Sir Richard Owen brought it to the academia, and they started using the word dinosaur after Richard Owen. Sir Richard Owen stated it. But here's the thing. The idea of finding large prehistoric animals or large bones goes right back to, like I said, the early 1800s or more. You know, like I said, we have legends of dragons, we have legends of giant whales and giant humans. All those things pertaining to finding giant-sized animal bones goes right back. So it's not that dinosaurs, like the concept of dinosaurs, came before the whole concept. No. The idea of finding giant ancient animals came before the actual name of dinosaurs was coined. So again, you're wrong to say that you reckon that the scientists and dudes found these things they didn't know what they were in the ground, and they're like, we'll coin them dinosaur straight off the bat, and sort of bred into this whole thing. No. That's not what happened. Go back to your research, like you said. These people found these bones in the ground. Even the bloke you mentioned was a geologist. He was looking at rocks and minerals. He wasn't even looking for fossils at the time when he found them. So, what's your point? The point I'm trying to get at is, Kristen, that doesn't work like that.
Into what they should look like. So that's it for that question.
Sorry about that. So we're back. So we're debating Kristen here, who believes dinosaurs do not exist. Okay, let's continue.
This one is from Robin, and she writes, even though dinosaurs aren't real, which one is your favorite? It's a great question. So my favorite is going to be the Brontosaurus. And the reason it is the Brontosaurus is because it's one of the more well-known dinosaurs. You can go to any little kid, any person, and say Brontosaurus, and they know what you're talking about, or they think they do. But it never existed. So I like to say that the Brontosaurus is my favorite because...
It's not entirely true, though, Kristen. That's not entirely true. What happened, Kristen, was when we're talking about the Apatosaurus, right, the long-necked sauropod dinosaur, what we're talking about with this fella, when it comes to this thing, right, what we're talking about is that what happened? What happened to the whole Apatosaurus, Brontosaurus, Brachiosaur kind of thing happening? Well, here's the thing, right? The sauropod dinosaurs had a problem. You see, when most of all the sauropod dinosaurs were found, Kristen, most of them are all found without a head. So what happened was they found heads of the dinosaurs from other different other species, and then slapped that head onto the dinosaur. So we had a thing called a Camosaurus, I believe, and a Camosaurus was another sauropod, but because they didn't have a head for the new sauropod they found, they just slapped a Camosaurus skull onto that dinosaur. They slapped that on instead. Now, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? Well, you see, the Camosaurus head didn't work. Like I said, it was like this big bulky head, like almost like a Brachiosaurus skull slapped onto a skinnier, streamlined body. But what was the streamlined body, you ask? That belonged to another sauropod called the Apatosaurus. The Apatosaurus genus was the one that a lot of people got confused with being called the Brontosaurus. And so, like I said, when they actually found the actual real head to the Apatosaurus, they're like, hang on, that head fits that body. Oh yeah, that's the real head that fits with that body. And so the Apatosaurus skull was then the Camosaurus skull was taken off of the Apatosaurus body and put back on the Camosaurus, and the proper Apatosaurus skull was put onto the so-called Brontosaurus. And so we have this now that the Brontosaurus no longer exists because it's the Apatosaurus. So the Apatosaurus is the Brontosaurus, basically. But then here's where a kicker is, Kristen. Here's the real kicker. They now state there was a slight deviation in the skull of the actual thing, so they don't know whether it's sexual dimorphism or whether it's a juvenile, but they're saying that there is a little bit significant difference on some Apatosaurus skulls to give it its own certain genus name. And so, technically speaking, the Brontosaurus is actually making a return. Is it real? Well, the scientists sort of reckon now that there could be a possibility that the Brontosaurus can be brought back and be put in the same genus alongside the Apatosaurus. But then again, it could just be the Apatosaurus. So the Apatosaurus, Brontosaurus, same thing, more or less, as far as we're aware of. And the Apatosaurus is claimed to be existent. But anyway.
Because it's a little more fake than all the other ones.
Not really. Just the head part was fucked up.
So our next question is from James. This was another one in a private message. So James asks, what is your definition of bone? If you saw one in the ground, what would say to you that this is a bone from a huge creature? So I'm assuming he means fossils? Not the same as bone. I'm sure that if an elephant dies, its bones are going to go in the ground. There's probably big bones in the ground that belong to larger animals. That happens. As far as this claim of a dinosaur bone being in the ground, first.
So you're saying, Kristen, the possibility of like a mammoth might exist, or a descendant of a elephant might exist, but not a dinosaur. Yet we have crocodiles, and yet we have birds and other species that seem to be an offshoot to like dinosaurs, right? Be an offshoot. So if you want to say do you want to say birds don't exist, or you want to say reptiles don't exist? Because that's what they fit under the thing. Even the actual Richard Owen name, dinosaur, refers to being a terrible lizard. So again, are all reptiles and lizards not non-existent, or are you saying that they're existent? Like you say that, as you said there, that an elephant bones can go into the ground and stuff like that. But what about giant reptiles? And again, that can also refer back to ergo. If there are giant reptiles like giant snakes, giant crocodiles and stuff, why not another giant animal that science has yet to be discovered, or has already discovered, and give it a certain type of genus and phylum? My point.
First of all, the fossil isn't a bone anyway. What it is it's where bone used to be, but over the years it's been washed away and instead replaced with limestone and other natural stones that are found in the wild.
And again, this is one thing that pisses me off with paleontology too. Sorry for my swearing, but this even pisses me off with paleontology. There are things known as trace fossils and, of course, mold fossils. Now, what are trace fossils and mold fossils? They are the actual imprint of the actual thing that get covered up by mud, dirt, and stuff like that and makes an impression. That's an impression fossil, yeah? And some people say that's what real fossils are. Even now, they say even they like the idea of that because it's been really poorly implemented in a lot of academia and schools, even in, like I said, universities to this day. People don't exactly explain fossilization properly because you've got trace fossils, you've got impression fossils, and then you also have the bone fossils. Now, again, some people would say that some of the trace fossil elements of trace fossils and the same thing as imprint fossils also apply to basic fossils. Not exactly, because Marianne Schweitzer put a T-Rex piece of a T-Rex thigh bone in like some sort of acid, and it sort of melted away the limestone, right? So according to some people's belief, when the limestone disintegrated, that should have left nothing behind. Yet it did leave some stringy filaments that look like blood vessels, or like nerves or blood vessels found behind. And when they zoomed in on those little blood vessel type things, they looked like there was like little spots in there, look like little red blood cells inside those stringy filaments. So again, are fossils bones? That's up for me. For me, that's up for debate. Because while some people will say, "Oh yeah, it's just rock and it's just mineralized bones," or and then like minerals fell into the thing, made like a cast kind of thing of the fossil, I seriously doubt it because seems to be traces left over of what was bone. So are fossils bone? I'm going to call them bone. I'm going to call fossils bone. Some people are going to probably argue me and fight with me on that in the comment section. Yeah, go right ahead. But as far as I'm concerned, is that I believe that fossils are fossil as bone and actually do have bone fragments inside the limestone casting as well. It's not just when we're dealing with fossils, it's not just a limestone deposit. Like I said, not just a like a combination of chemicals, right? It's not just limestone and calcium and limestone that have just calcified and limestone ate away at the calcium blocks of the bone, and then you've got poof, there it is. It's just a cast, like limestone is the casting of a fossil bone. No, I don't think so. I think there is actually traces of bone or actual bone within the fossil itself. It's not just straight up it's not just straight up as simple as I think. I don't think people understand what fossilization really is per se. I think it's still an unknown science of how or why or when fossilization takes place. Now, people say it takes millions of years to create a fossil, yet I don't know. So we haven't seen what the year is 2024 now, and yet we haven't seen any modern day fossils. We haven't seen a lion, tiger, or elephant fossil yet. We've seen mummified crocodiles, but does that count? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
So these fossils aren't actually bones anyway. They're just rocks that are placed inside of other rocks that are supposed to look like creatures. So, very believable, right? So anyway, to answer the question.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like you're saying, Kristen, I do agree with you on that. That does seem sus. Because I do believe that they actually are, but there is mineral deposits of bone within the actual fossil. Now, people are going to fight with me about that. Yeah, okay, fight me in the side chat or fight me in the comments after this stream. Fight me on that one. But as far as I understand it, as far as to my comprehension of it and my personal belief, there is bone fragments and stuff like that still intact inside the fossil bone. So I still class fossils as bone, my personal opinion. It's just been covered up in mud and limestone. Like that's sort of what's encasing around the bone. That's just my opinion.
If I saw a large bone in the ground, I'd say, oh hey, an elephant died here a couple years ago.
Well, you're not wrong, because there was ancient elephants. There was prehistoric elephants. We had, like I said, we had the mammoth. The woolly mammoth is one of the early descendants of elephants. So you're not wrong. There could be an elephant, but then what if you do a DNA test on it, Kristen, and you find out that it may not be an elephant? Then what do you do? If you took a fragment of that bone, put it in the same whatever acrylic acid or whatever it was supposed to be in, and then put the thing on a microscope, and it turned out there was traces of same sort of stringy filaments with blood vessels in it, and they tested that blood cell, and it find out that's not from the lineage of a elephant. Then what are you going to do about that? Actually, come to think of it, they actually did that with the T-Rex and found out the T-Rex has more things in common with a chicken, surprisingly. Anyway.
Next question. This one is from Amy, and Amy writes, when did you first start to question the existence of dinosaurs? That's a great question. So I actually, when I was a young girl, I was at a character breakfast in our town, and there was Mickey Mouse, and there was Daffy Duck, and I don't know, all these other characters. And I was at the breakfast, and I went to go use the little girls' room, and one of the characters was in there changing.
Oh no! Don't tell me this is a diddle story. I don't want to know anything about no more diddling stories, Kristen. Don't go there. Don't you dare go there, Kristen. I don't want to hear that.
And I was like, so Minnie Mouse is actually this lady that I've seen around on the streets before in a costume?
Oh, phew! Thank you for not going there. Good, thank you, Kristen. So yes, so what you're saying is there's a So what you're saying is that there is characters, Disney characters that go and have changes, but there's a bit of a hole in your story though. Technically speaking, Disney characters like Minnie Mouse and all those characters running around, technically speaking, they have their own change room. So there's a little bit of a hole in your story. But even if we do go with what you're saying, that this could have happened, right? Let's go with your story that could have happened, yes. That you met one of the characters in a change room. Okay, fine. Or bathroom, per se. Okay, then. But then again, that's a character in a suit. You know, where are you going to with this thing? You're going to start saying about the idea of dinosaurs being like that, considering the idea of Godzilla being a man in a suit. Like, where are you going to with this?
That's pretty awful. So at that point, I started questioning all of my surroundings. It wasn't until much later that I had the scientific knowledge to actually effectively understand that there wasn't such thing as dinosaurs.
Okay. What kind of degree do you have? You say you got some sort of scientific knowledge and stuff. Okay, where's your university degree, woman? Pull it up, Kristen. Where's your university degree? I'd like to see fervently that you have a degree in paleontology or geology before you even start talking about the concept of dinosaurs not existing. Show me the evidence, woman, that you've got some sort of credentials to say that you got some smarts behind that one, you know?
The very beginning of it for me, because that was when I had been indoctrinated to believe in dinosaurs and believe that the paleontologists were not lying scumbags. And at that point, the naivete of me being a young girl, and I guess it's a beautiful thing, except you're supposed to grow out of that. And I think that that's where me and a lot of atheists and some other people of other faiths don't see eye to eye, is that they're still saying that dinosaurs are real, and I don't know, maybe they still think that the boogeyman's real, or any of these other fake things that we have as children.
Well, to be fair, right. Let me give you a rundown of things that actually we consider fake but are actually real. Example of the boogeyman. Well, there is demons. Look up in the Bible. It talks about demons. You know, the idea of some sort of something hiding in the shadows. There's talk about shadow men and like the idea of these sort of dark spirits hanging around. So technically speaking, when you think you see a monster under the bed or in the closet, there's a story about being the boogie monster being behind the closet or under the bed. It may not be that. It may be a bit of imagination by the person or the child, or there might be some sort of veil that's been lifted from their spiritual eyes, and there could be a dark spirit hanging around, right? So the idea of the boogeyman and the monster in the closet may not be as crazy as some people once thought. There may be a supernatural element to some of that stuff that people choose to overlook because they think it's fake, right? And again, we've also got to apply, Kristen, that many people today don't believe some of the people don't believe that the Bible exists. So where do you go to with that? Some people don't even believe Jesus even existed, even though there's very much documentation to prove that Jesus did in fact exist. They found, his brother's, coffin. Technically, they found, Jesus' brother's coffin, and they also found that there are actually nails and crucifixions that happened around that time when Jesus was supposed to be existing. So Jesus did exist. Same thing with fossils. The evidence of fossils. There's these, or maybe you won't even want to call them trace fossils. The whole concept of there's like these impressions of these bones that had existed on the earth. So again, yes, you could say, oh yeah, that could be a giraffe or an elephant or some large animal, even like a whale, for example. And to a point, you might even be correct. There are some extinct whales and extinct elephants, but then you also got to apply into the fact if some of those things don't even look like those animals, what did they come from then? If they didn't come from a giraffe, an elephant, or a whale, what other big animal on this planet could have they come from? If they didn't come from a giant snake, a crocodile, any of the known animals we know today, what animal did they come from? Because we've already got fossilized, we do have fossilized crocodiles, we do have fossilized elephants, aka mammoths, and other genus species of elephant. We also have lots of whales. There is a giant number of whale fossils as well. So again, yeah, I do see what your point is, but that being said, what if when the bones don't seem to line up with those other animals either? Actually, probably best idea, Kristen, since there are real fossils that are being sold on eBay and stuff. I reckon you should do something, Kristen. Buy a fossil. I know you don't like the idea of fossils. You don't know they're all fake and stuff. Yeah, well, get one of the ones that are allegedly real, and get DNA tested to see if the actual DNA testing from it actually falls in line with, like I said, a giraffe or a zebra or some other animal that you claim it is. That would prove to me that you might be onto something with this whole thing if you had got some bones tested, or people that claim that the dinosaur bones getting them tested. Anyway, continue.
That we're supposed to let go of. Yeah. So that's the end of my questions. Thank you all. If you
Yeah, and again, you are truly right. It does say even in scripture, Kristen, when I thought as a child, I had a mind of a child, and to put childish things away. Yeah, I get what you're saying. However, then again, a lot of people could also point to saying the Bible is childish. A lot of people can debate and say the Bible doesn't line up with some facts in today's society now too, don't they? A lot of people say that the Bible's fake as well. So where do you go to with that? I've got my own debate issues about proving that the Bible actually does exist and all the things in the Bible did happen. I've got my own way of dealing with that. But I'd like to hear your point of view with people come back and say, okay, you say dinosaurs don't exist. then prove to us that the Bible exists, or like the stuff in the Bible happened, like Noah's Ark and the Jesus coming back from the dead and all this stuff. Prove that. People will clap back and say that, Kristen. So you got any other ideas? Just saying.
If you have any additional ones, please leave them. I will do another one of these in the near future. And
Sadly to say, you haven't done any ones since mid 2000s. That's not entirely true, Kristen, but we'll get there.
answer any other of your questions. So have a good night.
Yeah. To be fair, Kristen, the last video you ever did was way back in 9 years ago, around about 2014. You have not posted another video ever since then. So was it because you bullied and harassed and that's the reason why you haven't made more videos, or what's the story behind that, Kristen? Anyway, let's continue.
So earlier I was driving and I was thinking about how all of these paleontologists that are designing fossils out of limestone and plaster and
No. Listen, they're not designing the fossils. The rocks, the fossil bones have already been discovered. Yeah, they're already been in the ground. And the idea of the plaster cast, that's how they transport it, yeah? Because when they're out in the field, the fossils are so precious and so fragile that to transport the fossils and stuff from the actual dig site to the museum, right, to get cleaned up and stuff, they need to transport it somehow. And the way to do it, they actually put it in plaster and make a plaster cast or fiberglass type plaster cast around the bone to transport it. So it's not that they're actually making plaster molds, like, say, for instance, if like we wrap papier-mâché around a balloon and we've got a mold of a balloon, and they're just making a papier-mâché cast of the rock and sending the papier-mâché rock over to the scientists. No. They're not creating this stuff, Kristen. They're actually transporting it when it's in the plaster. Anyway, let's continue.
burying them in places where they then direct other scientists and paleontologists to go find them.
Got any evidence for that? Have you got any evidence for that, Kristen? This is one problem that you have, Kristen, is that you don't have any actual viable evidence to back up your claim, right? That's one of your biggest problems here, Kristen. No, other people just don't go, let's go and put the fossils out in the, let's go take the fossils, let's go take the fossils and go, let's bury it so the fossils are in there, and then the people will find it, No, it's not the case. The only cases where it has happened like that, Kristen, is with hoaxes, and they have been exposed, such as the Piltdown Man, where people thought that they found the missing link to between humans and apes. There has been cases where there has been fakes, don't get me wrong, but they always are exposed. We had the Piltdown Man. We have the Archoraptor. A lot of fake fossils have been called out throughout history, Kristen. So it's not that all of them are fakes. It's just a few rare, odd occasions where some fossils have been faked. Anyway, let's continue. And like I said, the academia do call it out for it when they have a fake. Anyway, let's continue.
It's really, really made me think about how widespread this entire industry and this entire movement of paleontologists and their lying and how they have gotten away with it for literally hundreds of years. And it started to make me mad. The paleontologist lie is
you already are mad, Kristen, just saying. Anyway, continue. Sorry. Continue.
Kind of like it's the Watergate of our time. It's been going on for hundreds of years, but it's the Watergate of our time. You know?
I don't think so, but continue.
Except maybe it's a Paleogate, because it's paleontologists. Something to think about anyway. I don't really think that it's fair.
And may we comment, Kristen, you should not be actually be driving, and you shouldn't be driving, Kristen, and vlog and doing a video at the same time. That's illegal shit, girl. Just saying.
That these paleontologists are creating these lies and these fallacies, and at the end of the day, they're netting millions of dollars off of this. Millions of taxpayer dollars.
Not exactly, Kristen. I disagree. Museums make millions of fossils, and sometimes the landowners who have where the fossils have been discovered, they make more money on the fossil that's been discovered more than the paleontologists. The paleontologists get basically almost bugger all, Kristen. Sorry to say. Most the people who find the fossils don't get that much money for them. You know, the people who dig them up, they don't get much money for their services. You know, it could be like $1,000 for their services just to dig the thing out, and that's about it. You know, they don't make millions of dollars a year, Kristen, for their hard effort and work. That's the reason why it's also, I think, a lot of reasons why it's getting hard for people to get into paleontology, because it isn't really that much, and it's not glitz, it's not glamorous, it's not glittery, it's not glamoury, it's not all that. You know, when it comes to paleontology, you just go out there with your little hammer and chisel, go out there, dun 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 dun, dig the bone out, dun 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 dun, bring that back to the laboratory, get it cleaned up, get it look presentable for the people who want to see it, and then sometimes they will cast a mold of the fossil so they can put it on display in the museum. Most fossils that are shown in museums are fake. Yes, they are. The ones on display are. Most of the actual fossils that are real are actually in giant cabinets in the back of the museum. But anyway, let's continue.
Of the sale of these dinosaur bones and these dinosaur skeletons. And still...
Again, no, museums, Kristen, museums and the person on the land the fossils on, they make more money on it than the actual paleontologists that find the fossils. They don't make as much. Just correcting you. Well, let me Google that for a second. How much is a paleontologist paid? Okay. Sorry. Recount. Yeah, they do make a lot of money. Yeah, but it's not like a lot. Because if you think about it today, there's always the expenses, you know. But in most cases, so basically, to answer the question, how many paleontologists make the average salary of a geologist? Which includes paleontologists, is about $119,000 per year. So yeah, they get paid a lot of money. Yes, you are correct, but it's not as much as what it could be compared to how much the fossils are actually worth. I'm pretty sure the paleontologists don't get paid for the fossils. They get paid from, like you said, the government who pays them the money. Either way.
Atheists out there say, well, it doesn't make sense that they would go to such lengths in order to fabricate a fossil. They wouldn't do all of that in order to lie and come up with a fossil. Okay, $1 million. you wouldn't put together some pieces of limestone and some fake bones for $1 million. That would be too much.
Okay. I see your point. Yeah, all right. I see your point. Let's have a look here. Now, this isn't limestone stuff, but here's the thing, right, Kristen? There are some rocks that actually look like bone. There we go. There's one, for example. Don't know if this is actually a fossil or not, but it does look almost like a fossil, yeah? It's the shape of it and what? Yeah, but then when you try and stick that to another rock, it doesn't really fit now, does it? There's no socket, there's no joint, there's nothing to actually hold that sort of thing to the rock. You can say that this is the leg bone of this prehistoric frog or something here, and try and slap that to there, but it doesn't fit. When it comes to the actual fossils, they do actually line up and snap into place. So again, you can say, oh yeah, that's the body, that's the head, that's that's one of the legs to this prehistoric frog we have here. But again, they don't line up. It's not, it doesn't really line up. But in any case, not all fossils are based like that. Not every fossil can be done like that, Kristen. Just saying. It's absurd to say that basically a paleontologist slaps a whole bunch of rocks together and boom, you got yourself a new dinosaur species. That's not how that works. But anyway.
Much work for you. Yeah, I doubt it. You do it in a second. And at the end of the day, these paleontologists would too. But they're supposed to have the integrity, and they're supposed to have that good mindset in order to not take this money and lie to people. Children think that there's...
Yeah, but back to your point. Look, see, you've already defeated your own point. You're saying, right, that basically you're saying if a scientist slaps all that shit together and makes up a dinosaur, why in the hell would they take all that money? Where's their moral compass? But you already said they're doing it for the money, yeah? So if they're just doing it for the money, they wouldn't, like you said, they would not care, yeah? Back to your point. You're saying they would not care if they slap a bunch of rocks together and call it a fossil. Call it a new dinosaur, yeah? All right, then. There's your point. But then now you're saying, hold up, where's their moral compass? How come they don't care? The point is, like you said, back to the point. If they don't care, it's because they're getting paid. In your theory, right? It's like, you already answered your own question, idiot. But again, back to the point, that's not how that works. The actual bones are actually found, but again, they have to line up with the animal. Now, there is, like I said, in the cases, like I said, with the stupid head missing and they put on a different head, well, that's because they thought that's what they thought fitted, right? And because it is a similar species in genus, that's how come it did line up and fit, If it was like, say, if we take that head off and I don't know if this one will. Yeah, yes, I think it will. Come here. Or maybe you won't. Not going to come out for me? Wait. Now then, if we had something really stupid like this, like a Brachiosaurus with a Tyrannosaur head on it, that would look really, really dumb now, wouldn't it? That would look really, really stupid now, wouldn't it? The idea of some sort of, sauropod dinosaur with a Tyrannosaur skull on it. It wouldn't make, it looks cool, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit the parameters of what it's supposed to go with. It's supposed being a T-Rex skull, it's supposed to go on a Tyrannosaur. And again, the only reason why the scientists did, in fact, screw up was because when they were trying to do the dinosaur thing with the stuff and swap around heads and stuff, where the mistake was because it was a similar type of dinosaur, like it wasn't part of the sauropod family. That's how come those heads got mixed up. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue.
Dinosaurs. We're doing a disservice to the next generation by allowing this to occur. So establishments and publishers like National Geographic who are publishing these stories, even though they know it's been proven that some of these fossils are not real, and they're still continuing to publish it. Why? Because of the liberal agenda.
No. It's not that they know. This is one big thing. No, a lot of the hoaxes and stuff come out years later, Kristen. It's not like paleontologists know that some of the bones they're getting are faked. Some know, some fakers know that they're fake, and they're the ones that put it out there, like you were saying before. But in most cases, some genuine paleontologists go out there looking for these rocks and things and have real bones that they discover. Again, back to that point. You know, some of the real stuff they discover is 100% real. You know, not every discovery is a falsification, Kristen. Anyway, let's continue.
And at the end of the day, if they can prove that the earth is millions of years old, then millions of Christians throughout the country and throughout the globe are going to start denouncing their faith. No, first of all, that's...
Well, hold up. There we go. Get the stick. Pull the brakes. No, that's a big misconception. There are Christians out there that do believe that the world is basically millions or billions of years old, right? There are Christians out there that believe that. No, the whole concept of whether the world's millions or billions of years old as opposed to like only in like 1,000 or whatever they claim it is now. The point being is it doesn't really matter. You know, the whole millions and billions of years old or thousands of years old, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how old the earth is, yeah? That doesn't matter. The point of the matter is what actually comes back to Scripture. You know, 7 days it took God to form the earth and form the universe as we know it. You know, the stars of creation, the creation of the earth, the water, the land animals and the sea animals, the birds of the air, and humans. All the animals of all God's creation happened in 7 days. So, or basically 6 days if you don't want to count the 7th day, because that 7th day God rested. So again, that really puts a perspective on it, don't it? Again, 7 or 6 days or 7 days, either way, it took that God that long. Now, starting from that time period all the way down, we don't know during that time period. We can't, as Christians, we don't really know the genealogy after that time period, whether it is millions of years old, billions of years old, or 1,000 years old. We don't know because there is a giant time discrepancy from Adam and Eve left the garden and the whole creation story, yeah? So we don't know what happened in the middle of that time period or after that time period. There's a bit of a time gap there, time jump between that time period and that time period before we end up with Noah and the flood. So, and then the whole reboot of the world again. Again, it's a lot of things to consider, Kristen. There's a lot of things to consider. You know, besides, no, that's another misconception in the Christian circles. That if you start believing the world is billions of years old, you will lose your faith. No, that's not true. That's another fear tactic from the dare I say the religious society. No, it doesn't really matter how old the earth is. To be fair, what matters is did God create it or not? That's the big debate That's where you should be hitting at, right? How old the earth is doesn't matter. What does matter is, did God create the earth? That's the important thing. And I say, yes, God did create the universe and did create the earth. You know, that's my belief. Now, again, you can toy around with that time limit. That's up for debate. The time limit is up for debate. Everything else around that isn't. Anyway, let's continue.
That's not going to happen. And second of all, it doesn't make any sense. So I guess that's my thought of the day. Signing out.
Okay. But well, I said again, you're sort of wrong by that, Kristen. It doesn't have anything to believe with faith. Doesn't make people disbelieve their faith. Okay, let's go. Next.
Hello. Hi, it's Kristen.
Hey, Kristen.
Just wanted to talk to you tonight a little bit about surprise dinosaurs. I wanted to specifically talk about the aerodynamics of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And the lies that these paleontologists have been feeding you
Oh yeah.
for your entire lives
How you figure?
in exchange for millions of dollars, pat on the back by the liberally biased media,
Alrighty.
and big high five from all the feminists out there who want to kill babies and scream at their bodies, or whatever the heck they scream.
Excuse me. Hold up, Kristen. It's not the feminist organisation. It's the LGBTQ you're talking about. One. Second is, no, they don't kill babies. It's just the throwing around insults that people throw around. I think it started right back with, what was it? Basically, fat bastard from, sorry for my swearing, but fat bastard from Austin Powers. Oh, I eat babies. It's just a line from a movie that's been turned into an insult. It's not really a thing, Kristen. But anyway, let's get back into it. Actually, no, I think I'll stay up this way because it's not really going to affect anything. All right, let's go.
So tonight I wanted to talk to you about the pterosaur,
Radio.
silent P.
Yep. Petrol
What else are you hiding? Just kidding. And so what the pterosaur was it was a flying dinosaur.
Yeah.
And it had big leathery wings, very wide.
Yep.
And it supposedly flew.
Yeah.
So I wanted to first cite an experiment that was done in Minneapolis in 2002.
Yeah.
And what this experiment was they wanted to take something that they knew would fly and they knew would glide as a control in an experiment. And what they decided to use was a kite. And so they took this kite and they took it to the top of a 4-story building.
Yeah.
It was 70 feet tall.
Yeah.
And so they let it go off of the building, and at 2 seconds, it was down to 65 feet. At 5 seconds, it was down to about 45 feet.
Yep.
And then at 7 seconds, it was all the way down to about 30 feet.
Radio.
So in the scale drawing, you can see how the kite flew on its own off the building.
Yeah.
And what they wanted to do was test out this theory that the pterosaur was actually real and that it had leather wings. So what they did was they took a very similar substance, a very similar thing, and they put it on the kite and let it go.
Yeah.
So they took a leather jacket out of their closet. And as you can see, they equipped the kite with the leather jacket. And they're still at that same 70 feet, but at 2 seconds, they're already down to the 45 feet. At 5 seconds, they're down to 12 feet, and at 7 seconds, they're all the way down to the ground at 0 feet.
Yeah.
So in this scale drawing, you can see the whole difference
But there's not much of it.
where that kite was at each stage of the experiment.
Yeah, but there isn't much of a difference, though. It's still followed the same flight path around the building. Also, Kristen, where the experiment goes kind of wrong as well, you've got to understand, doing it from a building to the ground, there's also another problem where there's other buildings in the location, yeah? If we're talking about doing it in a city location, right, there are many other buildings, and there's many updrafts and downdrafts. So you also got to consider that in the scientific scheme of things as well. And again, back to the thing, using either a leather coat on a kite, or using a leather substance on like making a kite out of leather, or having like a leather jacket type thing on top of a kite. That's not really how it would work anyway. Let me show you something, Kristen. Let me show you something. If we're talking about the aerodynamics of a dinosaur, right, say a pterodactyl, right, or a pterosaur, I've got some sad news to show you. They can actually fly through drones. Sorry, mate. That's the one. Now, there's one particular one I was interested in. I don't know if they've still got it around. There's a few different variants. I'm trying to find the actual one I want. Yeah, that's not the one I'm after. Uh, Now, I'm just sorry, people. I'm just trying to find this thing. I'm trying to find. Cause I thought it was really, really cool when the person actually built it. Okay, here we go. Hey, Kristen, check this out. Now, of course, it's probably going to hold up your theory, yeah, but not exactly, because this also holds up the theory of the aerodynamics, yeah. So this guy makes a drone, or yeah, sort of like a drone pterodactyl. So here we go. See how we got it there? Now, as it flies, there we go. Sorry, I don't know if you guys are seeing this. Sorry, just double checking. No, you guys aren't seeing this. Just wait a minute. Whoop. Here we go. The RC Petrosaur. So this guy actually makes one, paints it up, right? But here's the thing. It does actually fly. Boom. There we go. It goes to show, Kristen, that the pterosaur is actually a workable flying design. There we go. It can actually work as a flying thing. It can actually fly. See, it has got a good dynamic for flying. Now, this is only a drone, and people have claimed they've actually seen real pterosaurs in today's society. But like I said, there we go. Even this drone, RC plane drone pterodactyl, yeah, it just goes to show that they can actually indeed fly. So when you're saying that the pterosaurs are not a good design. They couldn't possibly ever fly. Just give that into perspective. Yes, they can. They are thermodynamically set. They can actually fly. And again, most people associate the leather-like texture on the wings of a pterosaur to be bat-like, that sort of bat-like leather of wings. And bats can actually fly, you know? So, yeah. Next question, Kristen. What's the next part you're going to say? Whoop.
After 7 seconds, the kite was on the floor when it was equipped with this leathery wing.
Yeah.
Could it have happened in real life?
It did.
You tell me.
Well,
Go to your closet and...
Yes, but you've already proven, Kristen, hello, tick, 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 hello in there, tick, tick, tick. You've already proven that it did happen because you said two guys made two different separate kites. One was made of leather or had a leather jacket on it or whatever, and one was like a standard, whatever it was, acrylic, whatever it was that they normally make for kite skin, a normal kite skin kite and or even like a paper one or whatever it is they normally make for kites. And then you have the leather one. And it still flew, Kristen. What point are you missing here? You're trying to debunk something that can't be debunked. Yes, a pterosaur can fly. Bats can fly with leather wings. So that already defeats your argument right there to say that animals cannot fly with leather wings. Yes, they can. Let's continue.
grab a leather jacket,
No, we can.
open up your window and throw it out. What do you think's gonna happen? Guarantee you it's not gonna fly. It's not gonna go gliding off into the breeze.
Again, you've also got to factor on the draft, right? If you've got a strong wind, of course, anything you throw out a window will fly. Haven't you heard the old legend about a person who threw out a clock? He wanted to see time fly. Now, again, a joke, but then again, also proof that a strong gust of wind can make things, well, fall along a distance or fly if you want to counteract the word. But yeah, if you threw out a leather jacket out of a 10-story window, of course it probably would actually fly. Well, not exactly fly, but almost like act like a parachute before it falls directly to the ground. It would still have that sort of buoyancy to keep it upright for at least a few minutes. And again, you've also forgetting that the leather jacket put on the kite they may have even stretched it or placed it within the coat arms of the kite as well. Again, they specifically made, the guys who did the experiment with the leather jacket, they made the leather jacket fit a certain size, certain way when they threw that thing, yeah? So it's not exactly like you're just going, like, okay. It's not like I take this here jacket and then, whoo, it's flying. Whoa. No. Again, first of all, this is actually wool, not leather. But even if it was, the point being is what it comes down to the point, Kristen, is, again, they had to stretch it to fit the size of a kite. If you stretch this, pull me up for a second. If you stretch out this whole entire thing, Kristen, you probably could if you made it into a kite. There's even this thing, right? You put out this whole jacket and straight across. See, it does look a bit it does look a bit dynamic, doesn't it? If you stretch it out. So again, if you stretch it out on a kite frame, there's a possibility this jacket could literally fly. Even this thing could, if you pushed it out through a kite frame. But anyway, or like I said, tied up so it makes it into looking like a parachute. Either way, there is ways of making leather jacket type things fly. Boom. Anyway, let's get into it.
It's gonna fall like a sack of bricks.
No, it ain't.
Now imagine that leather jacket is 40 feet across.
Yeah.
Like the pterosaur.
Right.
40 foot wingspan.
Yeah.
With these leather-like membranes on their wings, tiny little tail that does not allow for leverage, and these bulging eyes, which have been shown to not be good for flying. So this dinosaur supposedly flew.
Yeah.
And this dinosaur supposedly existed and it was around, and you know, it doesn't make sense. This is the type of dinosaur that makes these atheists and these paleontologists.
Yeah, it does make sense. Have you heard of the giant bats, right? There's giant bats. Even today we have... Oh, wait a minute. Right, let's have a look at this. Largest bat in the world is considered to be the flying fox. Right? And they're about 5 feet long. Yeah? So again, there's also other been sightings of other giant fruit bat type things that with a wingspan of 1.5 meters or 5 feet long, right? So yeah, giant bats can exist, and if a giant bat can exist, why not a pterosaur? You still haven't said why a pterosaur can't exist. You haven't exactly specified. We have giant birds today. If you want to get down, okay, if you don't want to believe a giant bat, then, and even, by the way, when pterosaurs were first discovered, they thought they were giant bats, just to say. But we have the flying fox bats, we have the large flying fox bats, but we even have the megaphoria bat, the mega bat. The mega bat, that's pretty big as well. But okay, but let's just get out of that. So what's the largest bird in the world? The ostrich. Okay, largest bird in the world that can fly. Here we go. Albatross. We've got the albatross. In the biggest categories, we have the southern royal albatross. We have the great white pelican, and also the wandering albatross. So basically, the albatross has got the largest flying bird that we know of. But we also have other large birds like the condor and the eagles. Yeah. So there are other large animal bird species that have known to be able to fly. So the concept of giant bat-like thing can't fly. Yes, it can. A giant bird-like thing can fly. Yes, it can. Do your research, Kristen. You claim you're scientifically inclined. Look up some of the giant birds and the giant bats. They can fly. So therefore, ergo, a giant thing like a pterosaur can actually fly. Continue.
Biologists sit there and say, oh, dinosaurs are just like birds. Oh yeah, birds, they're what dinosaurs are now. And no, it's not true. They never flew, they never existed. Dinosaurs do not equal birds.
Well,
Say, oh, yeah, here's this piece of bone in the ground. It means that the dinosaur that had wings and it was made out of leather jackets.
hang on, Kristen. Do you realise? You could have actually shot them back with that. You said, okay, if they're birds, then it proves that they don't exist because they were actually giant birds. There's no such thing as a giant reptile thing that looked like a dinosaur. You could have shot back with them at that, Kristen, but you didn't. You decided to get a little bit triggered here. I mean, you kind of look really triggered here at this point. But the point of the matter is, the idea is that some dinosaurs are bird-like in appearance and sound. Also, remember, some birds do have actually got tails. There's a little stub at the back of a chicken. If you look at a fried chicken, right, Kristen, if you look at a rotisserie chicken, there's like a little tiny bump at the back of a chicken, yeah? A little stump at the back of a chicken. That's their tail, yeah? Many birds have like that similar little stump at the back of their tail, to make their tail. So to make their tail feathers grow, they have that little stump at the back. So do birds have do birds have tails? Yes, they do, but it's like a little stump where the feathers grow out from that little stump, tail stump. And then they come onto the three-toed prong foot. Again, when they talk about dinosaurs, they've got, if you've seen the fossils of the foot impressions, they have 3 toes, like a bird or a chicken. So that's the reason why they're saying that the way the fossils are, they look more bird-like. And you could have fired back at them, Kristen, and said, okay, well, if they're birds, they're birds. They're not a dinosaur. They're not the generic thing called a dinosaur. That's what you could clap back with, Kristen. And instead, you didn't think of that, did you? But anyway, back to the point. The dinosaur genre does now include birds and reptiles. But anyway, continue.
And whatever else they're trying to say, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't exist. So I think with these experiments that have been proven and just common sense in general, you can say that there's no way that this dinosaur, this pterosaur, ever existed the way that paleontologists are saying that they did.
But you've already shot yourself in the foot, woman. I already explained it. The fact of the matter is, the actual leather jacket you're talking about, it did in fact fly. Yes, it did. They did get it to fly when it was stretched across the kite frame. Yeah, they did actually get the leather jacket to fly. Okay, it may have gone like a little bit less smoother than a normal kite, but it did actually fly. It did work. It just was a little bit faster to get to the ground than a normal kite. Yeah, but it still did the exact same thing, Kristen. It still did fly. So you've already shot yourself in the foot again, darling. My point.
And at that point, I think it's safe to say, what else are you hiding?
Nothing.
Paleontologists. If that's not real, then what else isn't?
But it is real. You've
I'm
already
gonna guess
proven it.
everything.
But you've already proven it, Kristen. It was real. You've already proven it, mate. God. How can you say you're disproving it when you actually are proving it? Get your facts together, woman.
Anyway, thank you for joining me, watching, signing out.
Anyway. Okay, let's go for another round, shall we? This is one of the most famous ones that she's done. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Kristen. What you got? Hey, Kristen. Hello.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there.
No, I didn't think you would. You need glasses.
Just doing a little bit of reading.
Some
Dinosaurs, the Brachiosaurus.
Mine is glasses.
I like doing a little bit of reading before bed every night, especially on dinosaurs.
Okay.
I should let you know, though, that I prefer to call them the dinosaur lie.
Alrighty,
I will say that from an early age, I was indoctrinated to believe this dinosaur lie. The paleontologists kind of cooked up for us to get themselves millions and millions of dollars and try to keep the Bible out of school and whatever other left-wing agendas they might have.
But Kristen, one problem with that though, Kristen, is that how's keeping Bibles out of schools got anything to do with the idea of fossils, right? It has nothing to do with paleontology. Paleontology has not got anything to do with religion or religious agendas or any kind of education form of that kind in the school, right? That's a completely different subject altogether. Paleontologists don't have anything to do with that part of it. Anyway, continue.
So at the end of the day, it actually was reading these books on dinosaurs
Rightio.
and seeing all of these accounts of these fossils that came out and were put together to make these animals.
Rightio.
And I was really intrigued by them for a very long time. And I mean, if you look at the size of these dinosaurs, they're unlike anything else alive today.
Agreed.
So it makes you think, oh, wow, how come animals now aren't that size? And your thought process kind of goes along from there.
Okay, one reason is because the atmosphere was different, Kristen. You got to also factor in the ozone layer around the Earth is completely different to what it was back then. We didn't have all the air pollution and all the garbage in the sky and the air as we do today. The conditions of the Earth has drastically changed from the time of the dinosaurs or even the Paleo time period. From the Cambrian all the way to Devonian, all the way down to the Jurassic, Triassic, Cretaceous, and all those different periods of time, all the way down to the they call us the Paleozoic or whatever they call us. But throughout all of history, Kristen, it's like the Earth has been constantly transforming. It's not the same as it was back then. The ozone layer was, even back, like I said, we talk about, if we want to get biblical, right, in the Garden of Eden, right, the air, the ozone layer, everything even back to the Garden of Eden, when God first created the Earth, there was like a firmament in the sky, the waters in the sky, right, surrounding the Earth, the firmament, right, even that, like I said, the ozone layer kind of thingy. Everything was different back then, Kristen. We didn't have like clouds and things right back in the start. Clouds only came after, rain started to come into the scene, and clouds started to form, a few years later, and a lot of people can say that the clouds actually first came out when the flood came. So, things like that. But anyway, let's go.
I will share with you that the Brachiosaurus...
Oh, sorry. Where I was going to with that, sorry, my phrase, the reason why animals grew larger in the past than they do now is because the atmospheric conditions. I said the air was different, the ozone layer was different, everything was different. They allowed gigantism of certain animals and things. And even you were saying yourself, right, Kristen, the existence of giants. Even we had, what was it, Goliath in the Bible and the Palestinians, back in the day. Oh no, was it Palestinians or was it can't remember what they were, but the guys that Goliath were, right? All of them were huge back then. They're not now. Why? Because the atmosphere, right? The atmosphere of Earth has changed. Things grew better and grew to a bigger size back in the past than they do now. Anyway, continue. Sorry. There. Let's continue.
Is 23 metric tons and 75 feet long.
Yeah.
It's a big dinosaur, right?
That's fine.
Thinking about how massive that dinosaur is, you'd wonder, well, how much would that dinosaur have to eat every single day in order to survive? Any guesses? 1,000 pounds every.
Yeah? What's the problem?
1,000 pounds of the actual plant life that they need every single.
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
No, okay. Well, they're big dinosaurs, so they have big heads, so maybe, no. The Brachiosaurus actually has a tiny head. Their head is more on par with the size of yours or mine.
Well,
so imagine that amount of food, that massive amount of food going into your mouth every single day.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right? That's a lot of food. Now, take into account that the Brachiosaurus, no molars. They were only working with incisors, right? No canines.
Okay, let me explain that, Kristen, right? The idea of the Brachiosaurus with the shape of the teeth. And even you can even say that with even things like I said, like the Apatosaurus here. They had flat teeth. So they had flat teeth, right? And the idea was they were trying to strip the design of the Brachiosaur, Camosaurus, And basically all the sauropod guys had this thing. They had sort of like these rake-like teeth. The idea was to rake off all the leaves into the back of their mouth. So the idea is when they were coming along, they had their teeth, sort of like that, teeth like that. And what they would do is like almost like a tong, or like a couple two forks together. They would just grab the food and slap and use their tongue to slash it back into their mouth. That's sort of how it works, Kristen. It's a lot. They're not like even. That's one thing Jurassic Park got wrong when they're saying that Brachiosaurus was kind of like a big cow when you had to go and actually chewing on the actual leaf matter. No, they didn't actually chew. That's the thing. They actually swallowed it straight down, mate. Once the Brachiosaurs and those guys got the food, when they bit into the plant, when they brought into the branch, they went Kah! And then they went and straight down the hatch. It was like kang, kang, yeah, straight down. That's how the Brachiosaurs and that stuff do it, mate. A little bit of a debate with another person off camera, as we know. But yes, as I was saying, the idea of the dinosaur, the way these dinosaurs sort of worked was they bit into the branch with all the leaves and foliage on it, went stripped it and pulled back and gulped it straight down. Like I said, they may even had, like I said, when they had the thing, they may even had the tongue to help slosh it back into the back of their throat. But they just gulped it down with the plant matter. They didn't actually swallow their food. That's the reason why you find with some of the dinosaurs gizzard stones and things, because it helps grind up their food in their belly. Anyway, let's continue about the plants as we're showing here, and dinosaurs eating plants. Okay, let's go.
No molars.
Yeah.
You'll see here the tracheal opening was a lot smaller than you might anticipate with a dinosaur that magnitude.
Yeah.
And you'll see the tongue and everything.
Yeah.
So without any kind of grinding or shredding mechanism in their mouth, they had to consume 1,000 of plant life every single day.
That's not unbelievable, Kristen. Look at other animals that just gulp down their food and don't chew it. Like I said, there's other animals that do that too. There's a lot of animals that don't chew their food and just swallow it whole. That's the sort of concept with the Brachiosaurus and all the sauropods. The reason how they did it was they ate the food. Like I said, they just gulped it straight down. Oh, there goes another piece of it. But yeah, it gulps it straight down the throat, and that's it. That's how it works, Kristen, right? They gulp the food down to their gullet where it gets crushed up and mulched. Think of birds, right? Back to the whole analogy with dinosaurs and birds. Eating the food and they get it gulped down their throat. That's how that works. It goes straight into the back of their mouth. Basically, they grab it. Like I said, they got the stick, they grab it, and then they grind it and gulp it down. That's how that works, Kristen. They grind it, gulp it, and take it down. That's what they do. And they gulp the food down. They don't actually chew it. It all gets mulched up in the stomach and grind up with like gizzard stones. Not gizzard stones. The actual gallstones or whatever they have in there that grind all the food up like a gizzard stone type thing. They all grind it up in the stomach. That's how that works. Kind of like gizzard stones, more or less.
Now, in order to think about that, you need approximately the way that plant life is scattered and was scattered in those times, 2.5 square miles of distance covered every single day by an animal that they anticipate walked at about 0.02 miles per hour.
Yeah.
0.02 miles per hour, a beast that size had to travel 2.5 square miles in order to consume the amount of food they needed to eat every single day.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah, it
it's
is.
not possible for these animals.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You know how that's possible, Kristen? Let me tell you how it's possible. Look at the elephants, right? Look at the other large species of animals, elephants, giraffes, and all that, right? They cover miles to go to jungle locations to get their food stuff, right? They live out in savannas and deserts. They go to like where there is more food sources in different locations. It's not impossible, Kristen. It's not impossible at all. Just that only in your theoretical mind it's impossible, but it's not impossible, right? You follow?
They would have had to eat from the time they woke up in the morning to the time they went to bed at night, and they still wouldn't have had enough to support their massive body size.
Yeah, they do.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It couldn't have happened.
Yeah, it could
really.
have.
And at the time, scientists are saying there was 65% all plant eaters, 35% meat eaters. Mm-hmm. The ratios don't add up.
Yeah, they do.
There would have been too many plant-eating dinosaurs for the plant life that was there at that time.
You sure about that?
None of it makes any sense. These dinosaurs could not support their body weight.
The theory that they're going by, Kristen, is a fact of all different time periods. Not every sauropod existed at the same point in time. Neither did the fact of, like I said, they claim, according to the thesis, is that all the theropod dinosaurs didn't exist all in the same place as well. See, here's the thing. You might be right in one aspect. If all the sauropod dinosaurs were on one continent, right, like Super Pangea or something, if all of them were on one continent, there would be an insufficient amount of food to go around. Yeah, you would be right in that respect. But these things were all over the continents, yeah? They were dispersed out amongst all the supercontinents, you know, when they started breaking up and stuff. All of them there was a massive distance, right, Kristen? So these dinosaurs would be scattered against all across all the different continents, yeah? They would not be stuck all on one landmass. And even then, they would be dispersed, the species of dinosaurs would be dispersed into different separate locations on that one continent. If we could say that they were on the Super Pangea or the large continent, right? Let's just say if they were, the fact matters they're all in different locations. So again, by the time one lot of dinosaurs even ate a whole herd of that vegetation, the next dinosaurs would come along and eat a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. Then after they left, they'll go somewhere else. And then next year when the rains come and when all the the wet season comes and all the other suns come, and then the whole germination process starts all over again, and then the plants come back. So it's not like there wasn't an insufficient amount of source. They just moved around to different locations where there was more food sources. It's not impossible, Kristen. It is not impossible. Stop saying it is, because it's not. It's not impossible. Okay, see you later, Chop Suey. Anyway.
By eating plant life alone without these grinding mechanisms in their mouth. There wasn't enough time in the day.
Yeah, there was.
So I ask you, explain that, atheists.
Well, I'm not an atheist, but I've already did explain it to you. Their teeth were like that, right? They've got their teeth were like that sort of flat line, yeah? So they used it like a forking mechanism. Their heads were shaped like that, and so their teeth being like that, they would just basically strip the... Again. Please. Like that. Jawline. Strip. Throw it down to the back of the neck. Again. That's how they did it. They grinded along the branches of the trees. Their teeth grinded across the top of the branches, and they sculpted the food down. They didn't swallow their food, Kristen. They just swallowed it whole. That's how that works. I think it worked a bit too well, because I think I even got a little bit of splinters in my mouth from that one. But there you go. That's how that works.
How does that happen?
Well, yeah, you explained it. Or he just did.
And anyway, join me next time where I'll discuss such dinosaur matters as bone strength, muscle strength, blood pressure, aerodynamics, and much, much more.
You've already,
Thanks.
you've already,
Signing out.
you've already covered dynamics. So let's go and see what other ones you got. Okay, so you already had your dynamic one. You already had the food one. Yeah, I've already covered dynamics. Bottom food, already covered that. Okay, what's your next one? Again, Kristen, stop doing videos in your car. It's illegal. Anyway, continue.
Hello.
Here we go again.
Kristen. I've been really, really busy lately with a lot of different things. The holiday season's coming around and everything.
Yep.
Haven't really been posting as much as usual. And I haven't been able to really comment as much as I have been before. So I just want to do a quick video. I'm on my way from point A to point B. And had a little bit of extra time in the car.
But you shouldn't be filming when you're driving.
Just to go over some stuff with you guys. Biggest thing that I've kind of seen in passing, and it's a recurring thing, is this myth that I don't believe in dinosaurs because they weren't ever mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, they are. Behemoth,
and that just
dragons.
Simply isn't the case.
Yeah.
The Bible doesn't necessarily mention every single living creature on Earth. That's preposterous.
That's true.
And to think that is preposterous. However, at the same time, the Bible very clearly outlines that the world is 6,000 years old. You can take the dates from when people were born, when people died, throughout the Old Testament, and it comes up with a pretty accurate timeline of those events and takes us to current day now. That's pretty indisputable.
Yes, but there's one big issue though, Kristen. Yes, well, I do agree. We do have, like, from the original Torah and the original Bible back in the scrolls, all the way up from the Hebrew and the Latin, the Greek, all the way up to the modern day Bible. We do have the genealogy of from Adam all the way up to Noah, all the way up to David, all the way up to Jesus and after. Like, we do have a genealogical thing of how people came about. Yes, that's true. However, there is a time gap. I've noticed that myself. There is a time gap. We had Adam and Eve, yeah, but then there's a time skip because then they were saying we had Caleb, Abel, Cain killed Abel, yeah. Then there was like, who was Cain's wife? Like, it'd have to be his sister, yeah. All that sort of thing. Like, and they claimed there was like, a lot of other family stuff, genealogy that came through that, and then we had Noah and his sons and all them, right? Like I said, there is a genealogical thing, but there seems to be a bit of a time skip as well. The Bible doesn't have all the points in time of history. So that's where the issue comes in, the whole 1,000 years versus a million years, right? That's where there is a bit of a time discrepancy because the Bible doesn't have, it does a bit of a time jump. You start off with Adam and Eve, then you jump straight down into Noah and the flood. There's a big, massive chunk of time that's missing in between what happened between, the time from Adam and Eve down to Noah and the flood. There's a big time gap in there. So what happened in that time gap? What was in that time gap? And again, we also got to do the time gap as well on the time gap when God created the earth. Those 7 days. Like the 7 days we create everything every day. Because here's the thing, we see time as linear. Yes, we see time going in a progression of cause and effect. But in the whole scheme of things, time is like a wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, not always cause and effect. And also, time, as we understand it, is not as linear as what we think it is. Time is also a construct that I think maybe I don't know who was the first. I have to Google that. Who was the first person who had the concept of time? But as far as we're aware of, time, such as like creating clocks and writing down the passing of time, become more of a man thing. God didn't say. God just said day 1, day 2, day 3. He didn't say at 4 o'clock I did this, at 5 o'clock I did this, at 7 o'clock I did this. He didn't specify how long in the time those days took to do things. Like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. To God, time doesn't matter. So why should we think time matters in referring to the past? I don't know. Does it? Is it really? Is it? I ask the Christians and the atheists and all the people who say whether the world's 1,000-year-old or a billion or a million years old, right? Whether it's millions of years old or 1,000-year-old or even billions of years old, does it really matter in the whole scheme of things? Does it really matter how old the Earth really is? Does it really matter in the whole scheme of things? What should really matter is that God created the Earth, and God created His Son. Oh no, like Jesus and that, like the Holy Spirit, God and Jesus were all there. So the idea of them being there, God sent His Son to Earth, that thing, and then also the idea of God, saving the world through His Son Jesus Christ. That's the important part. The other important part is that God created the world, created the universe. That's the two things you should really be prioritizing. Does it really matter how old the Earth is? I don't think so. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion.
You can say that there's some technology like carbon-14 dating. Really, none of that's been tested to the point of being 100% accurate.
That's true. I'll give you that one.
None of that is an absolute truth.
I'll give you that.
Unlike a book that has been revered widely throughout the world and throughout Christianity as truth for thousands of years. So are you going to take the word of science that's been around for maybe 10, 15 years and has only been really tested for that long? Or are you going to take the word of something that's been indisputed for thousands of years?
Not exactly, Kristen, because the Bible has been debated and been disputed of. People to this day still don't believe that the Bible is even fully real. They believe that God may have even created the Bible as a whole bunch of parable stories. Remember, Jesus told parable stories. So in a lot of cases, when we talk about miracles and the whole idea of the flood and everything, everyone sees that as a Bible parable. They don't see it as a real. Some Christians to this day, Kristen, don't even believe half of the Bible is actually real. Go ask some of your mates in your church, mate. Ask them how many of the Christians in the church really truly do believe the Bible 100%, everything actually happened as the Bible described. At least you'll come back with half of them saying, "Oh no, we don't really believe half of what the Bible says." That's the scary part. Some people who call themselves Christians and stuff like that, only at least a 0.5% of them believe that the Bible was actually 100% accurate. Like myself, I believe everything in the Bible is true, but and mainly the one Bible, the New King James Version, and the original Greek, Hebrew, and Latin Bibles. They're the truth. All these new living translations and amplified and all these other Bibles, all these other different translations, I think they're no offense to those Bibles, but I think they're a bit garbage because they change and take things out and put things in that should not be added or taken away from. Even the scripture says, do not add or take away from the scripture. But that people do. It's been done for years as well. Sad to say. Anyway, continue.
To me, that's a no-brainer. To some other people, their faith may lie elsewhere, and that's entirely their prerogative. However, the dinosaur situation and the dinosaur thought is separate from that. So I don't dispute dinosaurs existing simply because the Bible is only 6,000, or the Bible states that the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
they happen to, they complement each other, those two thoughts. However, they're not directly correlated. So the dinosaurs, that it's a mix of paleontologists trying to create these creatures and create fame and fortune for themselves when they really don't have anything to base all of that on. There's never been a 100% full skeleton found anywhere. It's all fossils, and generally
yeah, there has been, I disagree though, Kristen. There has been full fossils that have been formed. There has been full ones being formed, right? There has been full fossils that have been found. However, because some fossils are fragmentary, means that there's parts that are missing from the fossils, from the fossil record, and some fossils missing. When they finally find them, they put them back to the actual fossils. Like, oh yeah, that's where that comes from. That's the backbone of that dinosaur, So they get really excited about that. So yeah, that does happen though, Kristen. Right? It does actually happen. You know, they do actually find full skeletons. Like, oh, so that's where that part goes. You know, there are sometimes full fossils, but and sadly, in most cases, they're all fragments. You know, parts of chips of bone, or like I was sort of shown with one little like a rock. Then, you know, sometimes they're only just one fragment, and they base a whole dinosaur on it. Some of those I think are a little bit silly, but that's just my opinion.
it is fragments of fossils that they somehow put together in a way that looks like dinosaurs. To me, that isn't basis enough to say, okay, these things existed. And quite honestly, I've already gone in some of the other videos into how the aerodynamics in some of the flying birds does not pan out. And I've talked a little bit.
But you've already, when you did that though, you've already defeated yourself, because yes, it can. The way the pterosaurs flew no more different from a bird or a bat. And the largest bird and bats can fly. So again, you've already shot yourself in the foot, darling. My point. It can be done.
About how the sheer mass of these creatures didn't make any biological or physiological sense. What happened was you had a paleontologist 200 years ago who came up with these scales of these dinosaurs and put together these bones in a way that made them so massive that now that we have computer reconstructions and we can actually really take a look and scientifically see what these would have looked like and how their cardiovascular systems would have worked and how much they would have had to eat to...
No, not really the cardiovascular system. More, if you ever followed, Kristen, when they created Jurassic Park, it's actually like when they do the reconstructions of some of the CGI models of dinosaurs, even in video games and movies, they have like a wire frame of the animal. Like they have the wire frame of the animal, and then after that, they put like the muscle tissue and stuff around the body. They don't really actually put any organs or anything in it. The rest of it, they just put the muscle tissue in it. So when they put the skin on it, when it actually goes boom, 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 when it goes walking, you see the muscles clench and tense up on the actual dinosaur, and you see the muscles pulling and twisting as they move. It's actually a wire frame, like a CGI wire frame, and they slap all the bits and pieces to it. Again, but here's the thing: that's where people got a bit ticked off, because they're saying that now some of the dinosaurs have feathers and things on them. Now, again, some dinosaurs may have had feathers, but as far as I know, most of the so-called dinosaurs that had feathers were mainly hoaxes. Like I said, like the Aeroraptor, whatever it was, the Pyroraptor or Aeroraptor. But in any case, let's get back to the thing. Sometimes the idea of like a featherless chicken comes to mind when it comes to some dinosaur ideas.
Survive. Now that we have all that information and we can put them together, now it doesn't make as much sense as it may have in the past. And that's a problem. And that's a problem that nobody's addressing. So
okay, You want me to address that? Okay, I think I've already addressed it, but I'll do it again for you, Kristen. See, the original discovery, like they say, the T-Rex, for example, they had the idea that it was bipedal, that actually stood on two legs and dragged its tail behind it. But when they discovered the footprints of the Tyrannosaur, they found out there was no tail dragging. So then they went back and was like, oh yeah, there's no tail dragging. So they had to figure out that it actually went horizontal like this, as opposed to being like this. So it's like science changes based on what the discoveries that they find, Kristen. It's science, you know? Science is always making discoveries. And same with paleontology and everything that revolves around the science of paleontology. Oof.
Those are a couple of quick reasons why I don't believe in the dinosaur lie. Not only it doesn't fit in the timeline, but that's not the reason. The reason is...
Yeah, it can fit in the timeline. Like I said, go back and look at the Bible, for example, Kristen. It perfectly states that in the Bible that that there was stories about dragons and like I said, Behemoth. You know, when Job went out there and looked at Behemoth. You know, when God showed him Behemoth, right? That proves that they actually did exist, Kristen. What are you doing, darling? Come on. There are distinguishing things. Even dragons are mentioned in the Bible, mate.
The corruption and the greed in the paleontology field, and also the science that's used to distinguish these things is unreliable at best, at least untested. And so I don't feel that it's reliable to the point where we should be putting our faith into it. If anything, it's too new.
Well, I sort of agree with you, right? We can't treat science as a religion, right? Science keeps changing. The concept of paleontology and any other kind of science, Kristen, is it constantly keeps changing. Dare I say, evolving. It's constantly changing. It's constantly changing. Like I said before, back to even this reconstruction, right? This is like one of the earlier ones where they believed it standard on 2 feet instead of realizing it was actually more on 2 feet. Yeah, but no, with no tail drag. You know, it's the concept. You know, the discoveries and stuff keep on changing, Kristen. That's part of science. You know, making a discovery and then finding out that it changes. Discoveries change. It's not a lie. It's the fact of that things change. People's beliefs and opinions change based on the new facts that come in.
It's putting all of your eggs into one basket, and that basket's only really a couple of twigs put together, in my opinion. Well, anyway, I'm already at 6 minutes, so I'll cut this off. Thanks for listening.
And stop doing videos on live streams driving! You're going to kill someone. Jeez, woman. Anyway, let's go back and have a look at some more of your stuff. What else you got? I think this is the last. Now we come down to the last video that Kristen ever did, right back in good old 2014. This is the last video on the Christians Against Dinosaurs YouTube channel she ever made. Now I don't know if Kristen here has a TikTok or a Instagram. She might be doing more stuff on there. But as far as we know here, this was her last video ever on Christians Against Dinosaurs, which I'm kind of surprised, Kristen. I thought since you're so deep into this, I thought you actually would have kept going. But, anyway, you do you. You do you, hun. Let's go.
Hello. So I wanted to talk tonight a little bit about fossils that are found in the ground.
Rightio.
And I guess I'll start a little bit about what the fossils actually are, and then go into a little bit about the composition and what they end up being when everything is said and done.
Okay.
So a fossil is not actually a piece of bone. A fossil is actually a bone that was once in the ground that has been then filled with limestone, calcium, and other kind of stone-like deposits over the course of many, many years. And at the end of the day, it ends up looking like a bone, but it's not really a bone.
It's really a rock instead of rock. So you have a rock this big, and you say, okay, inside this rock this big, there's a bunch of fossils. Here you go. And you hand the rock off to a paleontologist, and the paleontologist takes a little mallet and they chip away at it, and at some point they come out with something looking like a bone, and that's a fossil. So
yeah, there's one problem with that, Kristen. You've already got one problem with that. As you can see with this rock here, this rock here was not made or chiseled out of, right? This rock here was a thing that looks exactly like a bone, yeah? It does look like a bone or a key or something, right? But there we go. It's already formed to look like that. So you've already got a perfectly good argument there. That's just a rock that looks like a bone and it may not be even a bone, right? You've already got a perfect argument right there, right, Kristen? But you actually went further on to say, okay, so they got that. Then they take out, once they got it all wrapped up, and they take it back to the lab, and they get it all wrapped up in the stuff, and then they crack open the case. Because here's the thing, right? The scientisty dudes, right? Once they find the bone in the ground, they chip all around it, get it all out, then they wrap it in the plaster, like a plaster jacket. So they wrap it all up in a plaster jacket and then take that to transport to the museum, right? So there we go. It's going all the way to the museum, right? So once they get to the museum, take it off. Sometimes there's still remnants on the remnants of the surrounding rock around on the bone, yeah? So sometimes they have still remnants of the crap and some of the stuff around the edges. There's some stuff that's still there. So what they do is they take a chisel or something and they just go tap it around just to get all the remaining crap off around the edge of the fossil. You follow me? So that's what they do when they take it back to the lab and get it all chipped out. Tick, 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 clean, clean, clean. Get brushes and brush it and clean all the stuff off it. They're trying to get off the last goo or gunk off around the fossil. Yeah, you follow me? But again, you're saying that now back to the point. You're saying that when they chisel away at the rock, they actually make that shape when they're chiseling away at the rock. Yeah, you're saying the fossil, the rock that looks like bone isn't actually bone; it's actually a rock. But then the paleontologists take it back to the museum and just go tick 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 and form it into the shape of a bone. But you've already specified. This is where your argument falls apart, Kristen. Is that you already stated that it's a rock that already looks like bone when they found out on the field. So you've already shot yourself in the foot by that one argument to say that they chisel it out when they get back to the lab, chisel it out and make it look like a bone. And but they've already found it looking like a bone when they finally found it, Kristen. So how does that work? They take it back to the lab and chisel it out to make it look like bone, but they already found it in the ground. They already found it out in the field in the ground looking like bone as it is laying on the ground. So again, how does that work, Kristen? You haven't explained how that worked.
here's the question that I pose.
Rightio.
Now, the first fossil that was ever found was actually after they came up with the idea of a dinosaur.
No.
Right, that seems...
No. Like I said before, history about dragons, legends about dragons, Kristen. These crazy looking son of a guns right here. These things. Dragons, right? Dragons. These things. They were based around some of those petrosaurs and stuff like that. These things are based on them things, right? That's what these guys are based on. So, no. There's legends of dragons. In the Bible, there's talk about dragons. There's been other discoveries, like I say, over in China and all those areas that found fossils that look like dragons, dinosaurs that are or look like dragons, you know. And dinosaurs, if you translate it, they call it dragon in Japan anyway, in Japanese. So yeah, continue.
It's a little bit far-fetched, right? Why would the bone that was found or the fossil that was found actually be the exact same thing as what was originally hypothesized without any other evidence?
But here's the thing, no, it's not though, Kristen. For years and years, people have found rock-like or pretty much bone-like rocks or fossils that are like this. They found things like this for years and years, Kristen. Like I said, it was Mary Anning who first found the ichthyosaur and the other stuff, right? All the all the water reptiles, yeah? It was Richard Owen and his wife who discovered the iguanodon and stuff like that, yeah? But anyway, I know the name dinosaur only came when Richard Owen created it, meaning terrible lizard.
It doesn't make any sense. So
It does.
now I give to you.
Anyway.
Here, you're my paleontologist.
Yep.
Turn that into what it was before I ripped it apart.
Yeah.
Here. You can have some spackle too. As much spackle as you want. Here, turn this.
As I stated, the sparkle, that glue, or whatever it is, that kind of plaster cast stuff really had something to do with that stuff right there is what they would wrap the stuff in or glue the stuff together in order to transport the fossils, yeah? Oh, my God. You're so dense, woman. You're so dense. And again, back to that thing. Okay. What was it before that? I can show you what it probably would look like before that. It would look something, by the look of things, since you say you're not really a dinosaur nerd, but it kind of looks something like that. A brick. That's what that would have been. This sort of clay, sort of brick thing. That's what it was before you ripped it up and blitzed it. It's already, the same consistency and rock type is what that clay is the same you'd have for that. And guess what this is, Kristen? Whoop. A clay fossil. But anyway, again, that's not really proving my point, is it? But again, Kristen, what you had is basically just a clay brick that you tore apart. That doesn't take a rocket scientist to it. Hey, Ree. Yes, indeed, maybe I do. Hey, if you know someone that's going around, let me know. If you know someone in Australia, please hit me up. But in any case, not this chick, because she's a Yankee. First and second, like I said, I'm debating it. Anyway, let's go.
To what it's supposed to be. All right. Who knows what you're going to come up with, right?
Rightio.
Now, here, take this same substance, this same spackle, and by the way, it's supposed to be this little guy, Brachiosaurus, who's 40 meters tall.
Yeah, but you're lying though, because it wasn't a Brachiosaurus skull before you even broke it up. It was basically a giant plaster brick you broke up, Kristen. Again, what are you missing, Kristen? What are you missing? The concept is that a lot of the paleontologist peoples, they find rocks that look like or basically fossils actually like that in the ground. They look like that. It wasn't like the rocks or like this one's a rock, but this one or a fossil, they actually look like that, right? They actually look like they were, right? It wasn't like they were broke up into about 1 billion pieces and have to sort of splash it together to fix it and put it back together. The only reason why that other stuff comes, they have to glue it to get it back together, is because some of the parts are fragmented, but not the whole entire thing. Some of the whole entire thing looks exactly like it is, the way they find it. But hey, why am I trying to convince a person who doesn't get it? I don't know. Yeah.
This is what he looks like.
This is what the head was supposed to look like. This
No,
is
it
a
isn't.
Brachiosaurus skull. Make me a Brachiosaurus skull. With that and as much spackle as please.
Rightio.
Chances are, what are you going to come up with? If you want to keep your job, you come up with a Brachiosaurus skull. If you want to be truthful, you come up with whatever it was that I smashed apart to get
But you've
this.
already blown yourself in the foot, Kristen, because, again, the bone fragments of the dinosaur bone fragments, they actually look like they were part of that animal, yeah? Not all, when some of the bones are fragmented, yes, but not all bones are fragmented. There are some parts that are all connected, like some of the leg joints, like the femur legs are conjoined to the foot bones. There are some parts that are not lost. Some parts that are lost is like the toe bones, the teeth, and various other parts. There are some parts that are missing from a fossil, but not always. Sometimes you do get half a complete fossil. There are some you find half complete. Of course, you will never. In some cases, you may never find a complete fossil straight off the bat, but sometimes you'll find half. Like sometimes you'll find, like say, that half, or you'll find that half. You'll never ever find, in some cases, ever find a full fossil. But there is rare cases, Kristen, where a full fossil has been discovered. Look it up. But of course, you won't look it up because you believe it's all lies, don't you? Okay, let's continue the bullshit.
What are you going to do? My guess is you're going to go with the Brachiosaurus. That's where the money is. So I hope this was insightful for what happens on a daily basis in the world of paleontology.
But here's the thing, Kristen. You already fucked up, girl. Sorry for my choice of language, Kristen. Sorry for my language, but that's the way I speak because I'm Australian. Yeah, we swear. Okay, back to the thing. You already screwed up, Kristen, because say for right, that clay brick that you broke up, right? That's supposed to be a skull, right? The point being is you said that's what you want it to be, even though knowing full well that was just a clay brick, yeah? My point. The fact of the matter is, when a lot of the paleontologists go out there digging for stuff, they don't even know what they're looking for until they find it. So again, you've already shot yourself in the foot. They sort of have a rough idea what they're looking for, but they don't know where it is, where it is, how deep it is, how long it's going to be. They have no fucking clue. Again, sorry for my choice of language. Again, they don't know exactly word for word where the damn thing is. They just pick a spot and dig. They have no clue where the things are, Kristen. Right? They've already shot yourself in the foot. Because your thing was that you broke up before handing it to the screen, right? You knew what that clay brick was, yeah? Again, most of the paleontologists, when they go looking out for these things, they don't have a full idea of what they are. You know, they probably sometimes some people would go out digging for a Tyrannosaurus, and they may end up with a Triceratops, for example. There has been cases when they go digging for another animal, they find another one. So it's not always going to be the case they go, oh, let's go on a Tyrannosaurus hunt, haha, let's go. And then they come back and they find, oh yeah, we've got a Triceratops instead of a T-Rex. You know, there has been cases like that, Kristen. Go look it up. Not always the case where they go out digging and find nothing. Or there's no always the case they go out digging and find something. There's been a lot of cases where they went on a paleontological dig and they don't even find anything. You know? Anyway, continue.
Thank you very much for listening, and I will see you next time.
But sadly to say, there is no next time. Unless you've got got somewhere else where you've got stuff, Kristen. Because that was the last video you ever did on your group of people. That was the last video you ever did. So unless you've started up your own YouTube channel or you've got your own Instagram or Twitter or whatever, yeah, well, maybe we should go and see if we can find it. But until then, that was the last video you ever did. So there wasn't a next time, sadly. That was sort of the end of it. But sadly to say, there's other people who decided to take up this ideology. So here we go. Now we're finished having a crack at Kristen. Let's have a dig at some of these guys from the Christians Against Dinosaurs movement. But again, Kristen, I want to say again, Kristen, I have nothing against you. I think you're a beautiful lady. I think you're a smart lady. but you've been sort of swayed in your thinking to think that the stuff doesn't actually exist when, yeah, they did exist. What doesn't exist with dinosaurs is our interpretation of them. Like, all we get, Kristen, all we get is the skeletal structure. It doesn't tell us whether they had feathers or not. It doesn't tell if they had scales or not. Sometimes we have scales preserved, but not always the case. You know, again, there's nothing much on some of these things. Once they're bones like this, it's pretty much there's not much to them. You know what I'm saying? But again, like I said, hold no grudge against you, girl. Sometimes I think you're just a little bit misunderstood. And again, a bit convoluted in your belief. No offense. But let's go along with some more people who believe the stuff that you do. So let's get into it, shall we?
Behind me is what's known as a rock bar. This is a place where people who like metal music gather to drink alcohol and engage in ungodly behaviour. But what do these people think about the dinosaur myth? I've disguised myself as one of them. I'm going to go and infiltrate their stronghold and find out what they...
A rock club. That's funny. Rock club, dinosaurs, ha ha ha. I get the joke. Rightio, dude. Let's go. I forgot what your name was already. Sorry to say, but anyway, let's go, Fred. Let's go.
What was your favourite dinosaur myth? Real. T-Rex. Why isn't he like that dinosaur? Jackie, T-Rex is T-Rex. How would you feel if I told you that... Sorry. How would you feel if I told you that T-Rexes didn't have red because they never existed? Why would you be upset? Would you say dinosaurs make up a large part of your sense of self-worth?
Again, though, dude, when you're saying that shit, right, Tony or whatever it was your name was, Tony or Fred or whatever your name was, here's the thing. When you go around and ask that person, some other people go around asking, I'm wondering if that's even staged. So there's no guarantee that's actually even any evidence. The people going up to could be just people, again, who believe as you do that dinosaurs don't exist. Remember, the person said they love the T-Rex, so they saw a meme of a T-Rex making a bed. Again, whatever, dude. Whatever. Continue.
Thank you for agreeing to be in my documentary.
That's alright.
So you work outside this venue?
I do indeed.
And you find you have a lot of fans of metal music coming past?
Yeah, I do, yeah. It's more like I try and convince people that they will like metal if they come in, sort of thing.
I see. And would you say, so you've got regulars?
Yeah.
And you also got people who just pass on the street who might be coming in anyway?
Yep.
Would you say, of those people, which ones are more likely to believe in dinosaurs in your experience?
I'm not sure. I don't know, probably the regulars.
You think people who like metal music are more likely to like dinosaurs or believe in dinosaurs?
Yeah, I reckon so, yeah. I've seen a couple of people in like dinosaur hats and things before, so...
You've seen people in dinosaur hats?
Yeah, once or twice.
And how did that make you feel?
Very happy, I love a good dinosaur hat.
Okay, farmer. Okay, Pastor Fred. Okay, Pastor Fred. Let's go have a look and see what you said. So basically, you're saying, right, dude, just because some people who into rock music go to hang out in a pub that's designed for rock music, those are the people who specifically go for Dinosaurs. Are you for real? But here's the thing, dude. Even if you are going for real, here's another thing, right? I know where you're going to with this. You see, people, a lot of Christians don't like rock music, aka heavy metal or rock music, because with heavy metal and rock music has some songs and some musicians take on a satanic or cult-like following, but also the way they present their music and some way they present their bands. So they're trying to say is what this dude's trying to convince you guys of, that the connection with dinosaurs and rock music, not only just the idea of dinosaur rock, haha, big joke. Not only is that part of the problem, but also they're trying to say there's like a satanic thing behind the rock music and dinosaurs. And the idea is they're sort of linked together via that whole the idea of both things being satanic. That's where he's going to with this. But anyway, continue, dude. In his opinion.
Alex. Hello, Alex. Thank you very much. And can I ask you, how long is it that you've liked metal music?
At least well over a decade now. Since I was about 14, I'm 28 now.
So half your life.
So far, yeah, definitely.
I see. And can I ask you, how did you feel the day you found out that dinosaurs didn't exist? You were gutted.
I love dinosaurs. They're amazing.
Do you think they're amazing?
I do.
What is it about them you think's amazing?
It's the whole big head with lounge thing that just goes.
Again, that's one of your people, dude, who believes dinosaurs don't exist. So this whole interview is already biased based on both you two people believing that dinosaurs don't exist. Therefore, this whole interview is null and void because you both believe the same thing. The whole thing is null and void, dude, because you're supposed to be going around asking people, do you think dinosaurs are real or not? Hey, look, looks like another person named Mr. V. Looks like Mr. V back there. And SP right there too. In their younger years, that looks like they're there too. Well, that says a lot, don't it? And it looks like me back here as well, funny enough. But anyway, just doing a bit of fun. Anyway, back to the point. So he's interviewing people, and it's funny enough that some of the ones just so happen to be some of his own people. That makes a information bias, though, dude. Anyway, continue.
And this is a lie that we tell to our children. How do you feel about that?
It's the same thing we do about Santa and the Easter Bunny, to be honest.
But that's not a multi-million-pound industry.
Pterosaurus!
You! How much you?
How dare you say I, Sir Thor!
There seems to be a little bit of a commotion going on. Do you like metal music?
I love metal music!
Thanks for agreeing to go through the programme of Cleansing from Dinosaurs. So first of all, if I can ask, what is this?
Stegosaurus, motherfucker!
Stegosaurus.
You might have to bleep for us.
It's okay, it's going to be warts and all this documentary. I mean, bad language is part of the metal lifestyle. So this is a Stegosaurus. Okay, now, how do you know this is a Stegosaurus? Where have you got this from? It's okay, it's going to be warts and all this documentary. I mean, bad language is part of the metal lifestyle.
Bad language is part of the metal lifestyle. No, it's not, dude. You won't. Sorry, dude. I hate to disagree with you there, Father Fred. But here's the problem. I disagree with you, dude, because you're saying that you'll have rock people going, yeah, from the music dudes going, nah, 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 nah. Hey, out there, motherfuckers. No, That isn't the lifestyle of heavy metal music, dude. Some people don't even swear in their songs when they're doing their music. Some do, some don't. Again, that's a preference on the band and the preference on the writer of the song. Again, it's not part of that lifestyle. I think what you're meaning to say, that's the heathen lifestyle, or that's the non-Christian or the secular who swear. But sadly to say, yes, I am a Christian, I still swear, and I need to break the habit. Anyway, let's continue.
So this is a Stegosaurus, you said? Yeah. Okay, now, how do you know this is a Stegosaurus? Where have you got this belief from? Primary school education. So you're indoctrinated at a young age of being like yes. Do you think you were perhaps too young to question at a young age of being like yes. No. How do you know this is a Stegosaurus? Where have you got this belief from? Primary school education. So you're indoctrinated at a young age.
So it's actually translate. I'll turn it off for a second. It says so you were indoctrinated at a young age to believe in dinosaurs, dude. You got pentagrams and skulls on your shirt with the word Slayer across it. Now Slayer isn't rock band, yeah, I get it, but you're a Christian, dude. Why the flying hell are you wearing basically a knitted jumper with skulls and pentagrams on it? According to Christian belief, dude, that stuff is bad. And again, back to this thing about, so you were indoctrinated to a young age to believe in dinosaurs. How many in the Christian people, they say in the Christian circles, Christians are indoctrinated at a young age because they get it from their parents, who were taught by their parents to believe the Bible is real. So some people will say that us as Christians are indoctrinated at a young age as well. So where do you want to go to with that, sir? Continue.
Yes. Do you think you were perhaps too young to question whether what you were being told was true? Maybe. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you a book. Now, this book is apparently about dinosaurs. Now, if we look at this book, can you hold them up? Thank you. Right, so this has got stupid hands. No sort of creature has got hands as stupid as that. Can you imagine how stupid those hands are? I can.
Okay, so what he's talking about, I believe, is the short, stumpy hands of the Tyrannosaur with the two claws and the stumpy arms on the Tyrannosaur, right? I think that's where he's going to with that. Or the fact that the arms are shaped like that with mean dinosaur depictions. Now, even the scientists are saying that when we have the raptors and the gallimimuses and those dinosaurs with the hands going like this, that's not the way they're supposed to be done. They're supposed to be flip like that. Many dinosaur hands are supposed to be going like this. You know, sort of like lopsided like this. Not this way, that way. Their wrists weren't pronounced to do that movement. They were more there, that way, not that way. They've discovered that as well with the raptors, velociraptors. The velociraptor hands aren't supposed to be curled up like a kangaroo going like this. They're supposed to be alternated at the hands going this way. So put it this way, raptors can clap, but they can't pick things up or turn door handles like you see in Jurassic Park. But anyway, continue your douchebaggery, dude. Let's go. By the way, again, you're a Christian dude wearing a pentagram and a skull Slayer band sweater. How do you, as a Christian, justify that? Just saying. Bit of hypocrite, dude. Saying dinosaurs don't exist and that you're a Christian, yet you're already wearing a pagan shirt. Just saying. Anyway, continue your bullshit.
I mean, when we're children, we believe in things like the Tooth Fairy, we believe in the Easter Bunny, we believe in things we're told. When we're at primary school.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold a sec. Wait a minute. That actually happened. Oh, dang it. Okay, sorry about that. Just continuing, because I thought I did something silly then for a minute. I don't know. But let's continue with this thing here.
Why do we carry on this belief into adulthood?
Okay, sorry. Back to that thing. We saw about the Therizinosaurus with the hands like that. The Therizinosaurus that we see also in Jurassic World Dominion stuff. That Therizinosaurus that had those pronged fingers that went like that. He's talking about that being ridiculous. No, the Therizinosaurus has only shown its hands. We don't know again Therizinosaurus what the rest of the body looked like. As far as I know, the fossil of the Therizinosaurus, all we have is the hands, right? Those big, massive Wolverine-like claws. We still don't know exactly, again, whether or not the Therizinosaurus was like a bird-looking thing or not. We still don't really know for sure. So that book of that thing was an artistic interpretation, dude. Anyway, continue.
My name's David. Hello, David. Can I ask, how long have you believed in dinosaurs?
Ever since my nanny took me to the museum when I was this big.
I see. Did you believe everything in the museum?
I believe everything my nan tells me.
Really? What if she tells you things that aren't true?
She tried to teach me about Christ. I didn't believe her.
Well, why didn't you believe her about Christ?
Because
could she have been lying about dinosaurs?
no, she could never have been lying about dinosaurs. They were there in front of me.
Well, that's sort of a bit of a hollow debate, even though I think the dude was sort of like doing it as a joke, as sort of playing that dude. I think the concept was Pastor Fred. I think the concept is that, again, people don't like talking about don't like talking about the Bible stuff as opposed to talking about dinosaurs. Because when you look at a dinosaur, people find that far more interesting than talking about a guy who basically got nailed to a cross. Because back then it was a common thing. So you have to explain it to them what the whole thing about Jesus Christ is all about. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
I with the dinosaurs! I with the dinosaurs!
Clearly I've underestimated the scale of the problem. We all know there's no dinosaurs, but these people cutting themselves off from Christ, what hope is it to spread the truth to them? It's a tall order.
Yeah, but again, dude, it's not the... Dude, you're ignoring the real problem here. It's the absence of knowledge about Jesus Christ and God stuff. It's the absence of God that's causing the problem in people's lives. Not the fact is of them going to little pubs and clubs here or going to rock bands or rock clubs like this one or whatever. That's not the problem, dude. The problem is the lack or knowledge of what Jesus and God is all about. That the lack of what they say. What did they say, dude? Ignorance is bliss, because people don't know things about God stuff. Yeah, but back to the point, you can't really connect dinosaurs to the idea of rock music. It's not exactly the same thing, dude. You're trying to kill two birds with one stone, but it's not working, dude, because you're trying to apply rock music and heavy metal music with dinosaurs. You're trying to kill two birds with one stone, and it's not working, dude. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's no correlation between. There's no connection, dude, between dinosaurs and rock music or metal music. There is no connection, right? The only connection that's contrived in your own head, and also what you're trying to prove, is that people who believe in dinosaurs hang out in the nightclubs and stuff as well. But that's not the problem, right? In better way, you could say the only problem is that people have been told a lot more about dinosaurs than about the Bible and Jesus Christ stuff. That's where the real problem is, dude. The real crux of the matter is it's not the fact of dinosaurs taking over and corrupting people. That's not the problem. The problem is, though, the absence of being taught about the Bible. That's the problem. You know, people should have in universities and schools and stuff, should have a thing about teaching all religions, and let the children decide for themselves, or teenagers or adults, let them decide for themselves what beliefs to believe after researching all of them. That's what churches, that's what schools and universities should be teaching. Teach every religion, teach every possible thing about those religions and their groups, and then let people decide for themselves what they want to believe. You know, teach everything. Don't cancel Buddhism. Don't cancel Hinduism, and don't cancel Christianity. They should open up for all different religions to be in the schools, and so they can actually be taught about these things, to learn about them, and then come to their own conclusions on which one is better by their own beliefs. And yeah, depends on what you want to believe. But anyway, continue.
So basically, we were told all of this, but it's just rubbish. It's absolute conjecture. You look at this. There's no way that animal could have stood up like that. It's just not possible. And we look back here. Nothing. That on its head. What sort of animal?
This is actually
it is absolute rubbish. You know, no animal. We believe in evolution. We're not backwards, but evolution could not have created something like this. The size of it would crush itself. These later ones, I mean, that just looks absurd.
Again, okay. The one he's talking about crushing itself by its size, again, is the theropod. That's what the original scientists believe as well. That's the reason why they put these giant brachiosaurs and brontosaurs and apatosaurs and stuff in swamps and stuff like that, because they believed that the body couldn't support their own weight, and they would go in the water, so the water would support their own body weight, and they'd just hang around in swamps and things. Yeah, that's what they thought these things were supposed to do. But here's the thing, right? Yes, they can carry their own weight. You want to know why? Because the atmosphere pressure was different back then to what it is now. Gravity and the atmospheric conditions were way different back then to the here and now. Thus, a hypothetical scenario, Pastor Fred, is the concept of is that they could, all those animals could grow to a giant size back in the past, because the atmosphere back then was not as bad as it is today. That's the reason why you got more gigantism back in the past as opposed to today. Even if you want to go and say about Goliath, right? You don't see massive giant people today. Those people back in the day, they had giants people. They had massive giant people. I said like Goliath and stuff like that. There used to be giant people back in the day. Do you see many giant people down today? No, not really. And even if the giant people that we do have today, their bones and everything and dysplasia of all their bone structure is causing problems. But back in the past, it wouldn't have been a problem. Anyway, continue.
That looks absolutely absurd. That looks like a running a child after being exposed to this kind of nonsense. It is really damaging.
Dude, Do you realise, Pastor Fred, how fucked up, sorry for my language, but how fucked up you are, sir? You should be passing around the Bible and teaching people about the Bible and what the Bible says, not just going around showing around dinosaur books to everyone saying, oh, these dinosaurs are fake. See how they're fake they are? There's no way that thing could live as it is. But again, there is ways that could have lived back in the day, dude, but bloody hell, man. Seriously. Pastor Fred, stop it. You should be going around showing the people the Bible. Why use the dinosaur book to prove your point, you know? Yeah, okay. Godzilla is based on a dinosaur, but it's not God, is it? My point. Anyway.
You've got to watch them be quick or be dead. Snake eyes in heaven, the beast in your head. You've got to watch them be quick or be dead. Snake eyes in heaven, the beast in your head. Be quick or be dead. Be quick, 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 or be dead,
I fucking hate dinosaurs, never existed.
I hate dinosaurs. Basically, it's a myth. That's all you've got to care about, the myth of dinosaurs. I strongly disapprove of the dinosaur myth.
How do you feel about dinosaurs?
Oh, they never existed.
Fuck the evolutionists, man. No fucking dinosaur fossils were put there by God to test our fucking faith, alright? Dinosaurs never existed.
Yeah, that was one thing that apparently is passed around as well, according to these Christians Against Dinosaurs. The idea that God... Wait, where'd that go? There it is. The idea that God put the rocks in the ground that look like bones in the ground to test our faith. Come on. God is not that fucking stupid. I mean, God is somewhat stupid in a way, but he's not that fucking stupid. The concept of it is, dude, no. The idea of God putting rocks in the ground that look like bones, that's stupid, right? That is stupid. The idea is that there was bones being put in the ground, and that was from Noah's flood. When the flood happened, that's how the fossils were formed, through Noah's flood. They were instantly covered in mud. They were instantly coated in mud. Look up every single discovery talking about fossils or fossil-like rocks. All of them seem to be formed by water. I mean, even look at this. Look at this. Look at this rock. It is flat on every side, every angle, right? It's basically almost like paved smooth. The only way you can get a rock paved smooth on all sides to look like a bone or something like that, or like a key or whatever, looking like that, would be from water. Because nothing else would be that smooth. I mean, if you did it by sand, it would be like sand, and you'd have all the sort of like grit and stuff from the sand, yeah? If you had it from like just being piled in dirt, you'd have all like little chips and things in it from like predatory animals picking at the bone. My point. The point being is, dude, at the end of the day, no, God created dinosaurs, land animals, water animals, sky animals. God created them all, dinosaurs included. And the thing is, though, the word dinosaur didn't exist until, like I said, when Sir Richard Owen created it. That's the issue. The word dinosaur didn't come until later years. The only thing we could say that was dinosaur was dragons, because that was the word of the day. Dragons, behemoth, leviathan, them things, or not even leviathan, actually, just behemoth and dragons, right? At the end of the day.
like carbon
I found something that just
on it.
works
They
so
probably
good.
got some like
This is like the most
bones
perfect
from
thing in the
down
world.
the Chinese or
Yeah,
something.
Primula
And then
is
carbon
different than
dating
cheese.
it, so
You know Primula?
I don't believe it. I think it's a toss.
Very good to hear that, Paul. Well, help me spread the word, and let's get these dinosaurs off the map.
Yeah. I tell you what they should do as well is ban them fucking dinosaur toys. What the fuck is that?
How do you explain that?
Mess.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
So,
We've got for
dinosaurs weren't real, people should start taking some money.
Man, enjoy the
No, dinosaurs not real, but
it's the only chance you're going to get like before the end of the year.
We've had a great night. I made some wonderful new friends, and they've come one step closer to salvation. It really has been a fantastic night. Thank you all for joining me. Have a Christ-filled Christmas.
That's bullshit, dude. Do you realise how many... Again, dude, how can you preach salvation when you got the name Slayer across your shirt, the pentagrams on your shirt, and also the skull on your shirt, right? How can you have pentagrams on your shirt, right, dude, and claim you're for Jesus Christ? Dude, even the fact you're wearing a Santa hat. Many parts believe that Santa is the word Satan spelled backwards, even though there was Saint Nicholas, who was a real person who Santa was based on. But that's beside the point. Dude, you're wearing a Santa hat. You're wearing, like I said, all these pentagrams on your bloody shirt, mate. You can't claim you're for Christianity. You claim you're being a Christian and stuff, yet you're wearing fucking pentagrams, dude. Get real. Like, I know the real pentagrams hadn't have anything to do with, and the reason why music people have it was originally because it's not even to do with, a pentagram never originally had anything to do with witchcrafty stuff. But the fact is it does now. The meaning has changed. So why in the flying fuck are you claiming to be Christian and yet wearing a symbol that's a sign of witchcraft on your body, douche? You don't make no sense, boy. You don't make no bloody sense, dude. But continue. Continue your bullshit.
And a dinosaur free
Wanna spend my whole life drunk, never wanna give a fuck. Wanna walk through gates of heaven, backstage pass in hand. St. Peter parked my car.
And even then you said Christians aren't supposed to swear, and then you got a song saying we don't give a fuck about dinosaurs to get into heaven. Make that make sense, ladies and gentlemen. As Christians, we're not supposed to swear. So how you figure that, dude?
There's angels on my mind. Fix me up some manner. Words keep the wine. Venom on the jukebox. Wanna spend my whole life drunk. Never wanna give a fuck. Wanna spend my whole life drunk. Never wanna give a fuck.
Ask you some questions. How do you feel about dinosaurs? People say that you're descended from dinosaurs. What do you think? No. It's disgusting, isn't it? I agree. Can I ask you a few questions about dinosaurs? Do you believe that you're descended from them? Well, he's dodging the question, isn't he? Too close to the truth? There's no dinosaurs, are there?
Now they're just ignoring you because they know you got no food, dude. Alright, let's go. What are you going to say now? Where's Wally?
This is a hoax. This is a lie. This has gone on far, far too long. We need to stop this. We need to stop this for our children.
You know what? You know who you remind me of? You look like that bloody dude from Doctor Who, the new writer, fucking Chris Chibnall, dude. That's who you remind me of. Look at that bloody head of yours, man. You look like bloody Chris Chibnall. Or so I say Chris Shitnall. That's who you remind me of, dude. You look like that little tosser. So, well, again, dude, you're still wearing the shirt with the pentagram. You're no longer in the music thing, dude. So why the hell are you still wearing the Slayer shirt and still got the pentagrams on your shirt? If you're a Christian, you'd take that off, you douche. But anyway, whatever.
For our children's children. It's disgusting, it's a disgrace, and it's an absolute...
You know what's disgusting and disgrace, dude? You claim you're Christian and having a pentagram on your bloody shirt. Idiot.
Falsehood.
Whatever. Dude, go suck one for me, will you? Because you need it. Oh. Okay, continue the madness. We're 3 hours in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos to go with this madness bullshit. Let's go.
Shocking scenes in North Brisbane, Australia today. Cyclone Marsha has swept through, leaving rural towns dealing with heavy rain and floods.
Yeah.
Locals believing God has sent the cyclone in response to the new Jurassic Park dinosaur movie, Jurassic World.
To happen, you got all these theories, the evolution, dinosaurs just floating around, the new Jurassic Park movie coming out. It's only a matter of time before God actually answered us back, and this is what happens.
The online anti-dinosaur movement.
Oh, this is bullshit. Hey, hey, dumbass. Yeah, you dumbass. Since you're since you're an Australian dude like myself, dumbass, you and I do need to have a word. So if you watch this YouTube video, dude, you and I need to have a chat.
Only a matter of time before God actually answered us back, and this is what happens.
Yeah, whatever, dumbass.
The online anti-dinosaur movement, Christians Against Dinosaurs, made early warning of these kinds of events. The locals here are beginning to take notice.
Oh, bullshit.
I think after seeing God's wrath firsthand and seeing what's happened, it's definitely warned me off of seeing the Jurassic Park movie. I was going to see it, but now I'll definitely be boycotting it. I can only hope that more people do the same.
It's clear that God's warning has been felt.
Do you know what's really disgusting, you toss bags? You know what's really disgusting, you fucking morons? Using a natural disaster, okay, while maybe God's doing or not, that's beside the bloody point. Fact is, using a natural disaster to attack a movie. Dudes, does that town have a cinema? Yes or no? If the town has a cinema, was Jurassic World being played at that cinema when the storm came? Question mark.
Felt in the Queensland area.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, idiot. Queensland is known for its heavy rainstorms and torrential rains. It has nothing to do with whether or not the Jurassic World movie was there or not, idiots. Aye, aye, aye. Whew. Continue the madness.
Lately, there's been a lot of talk about the deep dark web. Well, let's dive in. If the internet's like the
Hi all, and welcome to Christian Storytime. I'm Shannon from Christians Against Dinosaurs,
Okay, Shannon.
and today we're going to be reading one of my favourite stories, All My Friends Are Lies, by Dr. Brendan Dole.
Alright.
All my friends are real, no lies. They lived billions of years before humans arrived. They existed long before we were even alive, their bones preserved after their demise. I'm sorry, my friend, but that's a lie. God created the world, sun, and skies just 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. Well, the world's 6,000 years ago, it's not the Bible. But hey, dude, if God created everything, then there's no discontent that he created dinosaurs as well. But anyway, let's continue the bullshit.
As the Bible implies. So you see, your friends are all just lies. And there's Jesus creating the world. It's a lovely illustration.
But here's another thing too. Whoops. Never in the Bible did it actually specify that Jesus actually created the world. It said God the Father created the world, and there was a hint at the Holy Spirit being around. Like they said, God's Spirit was over the waters, but it never actually said anything about Jesus being there, except for saying the part of God that's walked around in the garden with Adam and Eve. But then again, there was no guarantee to state that, like I said, the whole concept of that as well, that Jesus actually created the world. We don't know if he had any part in the creation of the world. We don't know. We know that God the Father did. We know the Holy Spirit did. But I have to do a bit more research. But as far as I know, according to things, Jesus didn't really have much of a say in the creation of the world, as far as I'm aware of. I don't know. I have to double check that.
To deny is truly unwise. Evolution is fact you must comprise. Why, there were lizards with wings that could even fly. Wings that stretched across the sky. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
Little fellow, but that's also more lies. The aerodynamics of a bird. Sorry, little fellow, but that's also more lies.
Yeah.
Sorry, little fellow, but that's also more lies.
Yeah.
The aerodynamics of a bird that size would not allow that lizard to fly. I'm afraid.
That's bullshit. It could do that. Again, different atmosphere. Again, I've already shown with a different variant, I've already shown, dude, for a fact the pterosaur could indeed fly through the drone, right? We showed it through a drone. It could actually happen. We look at giant bats and birds of today. They have a giant wingspan as well. Are you saying they can't fly? Get the hell out of here, dude. Sorry to say, get the hell out.
Afraid your friends are all just lies.
You're the one who's lying, dude.
Why, I wouldn't dare tell you a lie. My friends are real, you can't deny. Their bones preserved in museums for sight, kept intact and preserved, they fossilize.
Yeah.
Again, my friend, you fib and lie. Those bones are built from rocks and lime. For the scientist to keep his job and not get fired.
By the way, quick thing about that. You shouldn't really be dissing wine because it says in scripture, give strong drink to those who are perishing. Yeah? So you can't diss wine for that. A second part is Jesus also used wine as a representative for Jesus' blood. So, you shouldn't be dissing that, just saying. But please, entertain yourself with more delusion.
It seems your friends are still just lies. But they did, you see. I speak no lies.
Oh, yeah?
They were humongous beasts, massive in size. Herbivores and carnivores alike. They would eat and eat all day and night. Well, again, you see, when they're that size, they would require unrealistic portions to survive.
No, they wouldn't actually. No, they actually wouldn't. Again, there was a lot more jungle and there was a lot more forestation around, right? You're thinking narrow-mindedness, dude. You're narrow-minded. You think only a small amount of food in one location, all right? And they think of all those, you're thinking about all the dinosaurs, all those sauropods being in one location. They were not. They were diverse. They were dispersed amongst many locations, right? All over through the continent, yeah? So if that was the case, then they wouldn't. It's not unrealistic to believe that the portion size would match with all the jungles we have today. Even look at the jungles of today. There's thousands and thousands of plants everywhere in the jungles, mate. The only reason why you don't think there'd be much of that because you've been living in the city too long, where there isn't hardly any plants around. Douche, please stop it.
There would not be enough to eat to stay alive. You know your friends are all just lies.
Yeah, and you're full of bullshit too, mate. Just
And
saying.
here we can see the poor Triceratops starved to death, which would, as we know, would happen, not being able to sustain itself with the vast amount of food that would be required for it to survive.
Oh, rightio.
But listen to this, debunk it if you would try. You can use C14 carbon dating, I surmise, to accurately depict when my friends were alive. With the technological advancements at our disposal, I tell no lies.
You're reaching now, and I'm surprised. Carbon dating methods aren't something we can rely.
Yeah, that's true.
They were debunked all the way back in 1965. Yet again, your lies have only solidified.
Well, you can.
Well, technically speaking, dude, whether or not carbon dating is accurate or not, the fact of the point of being there's other means and methods in whether to test it. There's other forms of dating that can be done as well. But in any case, does it really matter, dude, whether the world is thousands of years old, billions of years old, or quadruple centuries years old? Who gives a rat's ass at the end of the day? The point being made here is God created the heavens and the earth. That's all that really matters, okay? All this other little gibberish bullshit in between, it doesn't matter.
Can't talk about friends who are lies? You believe in a creator that lives in the sky. You think the world's creatures were all created on day 5. You don't have the right to say that I lie.
That's a straw man argument, and it doesn't fly. Your lack of faith is where the problem underlies. You need to repent for forgiveness in the Lord's eyes. If you choose to be so aggressive, then I'll say my goodbyes.
But even then, your point too, it says that, like I said, Leviathan, Jesus went, well, basically not Jesus, but God went out and hunted Leviathans. You know, he went out and killed a few of them, mate. So you're sort of already proving that fact anyway. But back to the bloody point, dude, is you're still standing by the fact of, dude, about faith. Yeah, your lack of faith is where your problem underlies. Well, that can be said to you as well, right? The faith is not the problem, right? It's the more to the point of there's difference of opinions, yeah? But the dinosaur stuff could fit within the biblical context, but you just choose to ignore it. Back to like what they said, all the world's creatures were created in day 5. That includes the dinosaurs, you wally. But continue.
And as you can see here, the Christian man is walking away. He's fed up and he's had enough and he's just walking away.
I must admit, I didn't mean to fight. I've embarrassed myself and I must apologize. When confronted with this evidence,
His sigh turned to a smile.
I understand now. My friends are all just lies.
And that was All My Friends Are Lies. But
here's the thing, dude. If the dinosaur admitted that all of his friends were lies, then that would mean he would not exist either. Therefore, denying its own existence would mean it would no longer exist either. So therefore, the defeats, like you said, your straw man argument in regards to this. If a dinosaur believed that it didn't exist, it means it would no longer exist. So it would basically disappear and it would not even say any of the further comments about whether it existed or not because it would cease to exist. Boom! So your hypothesis that a dinosaur would deny its own existence is stupid in its own merit and its own right. Boom! Bitch, boom. Just saying. But anyway, let's get back to business. So again, we're going to topic again. Let's go topic.
Good evening and happy Christmas. Behind me is what's known as a rock bar. This is a place where people who like metal music gather to drink alcohol and engage in ungodly behaviour. But what do these people think about the dinosaur myth? I've disguised myself as one of them. I'm going to go and infiltrate their stronghold.
Oh, so that was their excuse, was it? Infiltrating, dressing up as one of them. Dude, there was a lot more other ways than having pentagrams and skulls across your shirt, you fucking idiot. Anyway, Pastor Paul, let's go. Oh, not Pastor Paul, Pastor Fred, let's go. Anyway, but I wanted to get back up to this thing here, right? About the Dinosaurs that we were talking about earlier when we covered this earlier.
I can't. They're ridiculously.
a Therizinosaurus. First of all, it's also bird-like. Yeah, there are birds that do have long arm things like that. The whole idea is that even the actual wing of a feather is one giant large structure, to hold everything together, like the wing bone. It's one large finger. So in a way, you could almost call it like that too. Same thing with a bat, one large finger. But hey, dude, at the end of the day, we've already done this here. You've already replayed it. Rightio, let's move on because we've already covered this garbage. Let's move on. You've already played that one. Okay, let's go. Now I don't know if this is Kristen again, but this is another chick, I believe, or it is Kristen again. Let's go again. I don't think it is, but anyway.
Okay, maybe some of you know it, others maybe not, but I work in a store and my boss suddenly decided to sell dino related stuff and I really don't agree with it. I tried to quit my job, but he doesn't let me. So I decided to sabotage the dinosaur stuff. Today we have a little book. It's called Dino World. You can scratch it with a pencil and dinosaurs appear. But we also have the zoo one. So what I did, I took a knife and I separated from each other. And I will swap the books. So we don't need this. Put it on there. Oh.
Rightio. Vandalism, but anyway, let's go. You realise you're supporting vandalism here, douche? But anyway. Whatever, Fredda. Let's see.
Big it is.
Yeah.
Glue it in there. And let it dry for tonight. And people think they buy the dinosaurs. But there are actually real animals in it. Because there's no such thing as dinosaurs.
Ah, sure.
The hospital really is no place for a lady.
We can cure infection with carbolic acid.
The acid
I booted myself from the stream by accident. So back to this thing. I guess that was the music that was played, the Joker and the Thief in the Night from that music trailer. Whoops. Anyway, back to the point we're getting at here. So I don't know when I cut out, but just a little bit of a backtrack. We had this woman here do a bit of vandalism.
Okay, maybe some of you know it, others maybe not, but I work in a store and my boss suddenly decided to sell dino related stuff and I really don't agree with it. I tried to quit my job, but he doesn't let me. So I decided to sabotage the dinosaur stuff. today we have a little book. It's called Dino World. You can scratch it with a pencil and dinosaurs appear. But we also have the zoo one. So what I did, I took a knife and I separated from each other. And I will swap the books.
That's vandalism.
So we don't need this. I get some glue.
You didn't realize this is vandalism, chick.
Put it on there. Oh.
You do realize this is fucking vandalism, though.
Then we pick this. Glue it in there. And let it dry for tonight. And people think they buy the dinosaurs. But there are actually real animals in it. Because there's no such thing as dinosaurs.
But again, you're doing vandalism. So how does that make things do things better, idiot? Dumb Fredder. That's the stupidest thing you've ever done, right? Okay, next with this whole dinosaur stupidity, continue. Alright, let's go.
So my daughter came home. And this is what they gave her. A keychain of a dinosaur. It makes noise. It gives a light. And I have no idea what to do with it. Well, why do you give this to a little girl?
The dinosaurs are cool.
There's no reason for that. So, we burn it.
Well, that's your choice.
Because we all know there's no such thing as dinosaurs.
Whatever. But again, that's your belief, and you're perfectly in your well rights to do that because that was your choice, and because that was your daughter that was given that. Yeah, that was your choice. Fine. All right, let's go. Cruising against dinosaurs. Let's go look at these guys. Let's go.
Hey guys, my name's Shannon, and I'm from the group Christians Against
Here
Dinosaurs.
we go, Shannon again.
Now, in this group, we really take it to the cryptozoologists, the atheists, the dinosaur theory, and really expose it for what it is, and that it's false. And I like to consider myself a Christian scientist. My field would be, I guess, anti-paleontology. We really take it to them, and we show them and prove, not just to the atheists, but to the world, that dinosaurs aren't real. They never existed, and they don't exist now, and they never will exist.
Bullshit.
And I'd just like to show you.
Bullshit, dude. You want to know where I call bullshit, Shannon? You know where I call bullshit, you idiot? You know where I call bullshit? Here we go. Here's the point, Shannon. Here's the point, Shan. Here's a point for you. Okay, if dinosaurs didn't exist, then where did all those bones that look like fossils or bone things, where'd they come from? Yeah? Where'd all that stuff come from? Oh, that's right. They already were molded and put in the ground by other people. Not always the case, dude. Not every bit of fossil type things were considered. Thing like this thing here, right? This is actually a rock that looks like a bone. Yeah, I don't know if this is a fossil or not, but I do know it is pretty much a rock. So that looks like bone. So you can't say that every rock that looks like a bone is man-made. Just like we can't say, oh, by the way, another thing, the Ark never looked like that, you idiot. If the Ark looked like that, the whole thing, when the first massive wave come through, would turn the boat upside down and capsize it. So the whole thing about that version of the Noah's Ark, which you're showing on the screen, that didn't exist. That version of Noah's Ark didn't exist either. And again, you've got to show it firing a machine, basically a fucking turret gun, right? again, the Ark never had a turret gun. Wrong century, idiot. Furthermore, like I said, the boat, when we see an Ark that looks like a giant boat like this, that's bullshit because the thing would bloody sink. You know, the thing was built more like a brick. It was not built looking like a boat shape. Because a boat shape like that, as soon as the biggest wave came through, it would overturn it and make the whole bloody thing capsize, killing everyone, including Noah and all the animals on board, dead. The boat never looked like that. The Ark never looked like that. Just saying. All right, let's get into it. Idiot.
Lengths that atheists will go to try and convince us that dinosaurs existed, and it's pretty disturbing stuff. I'm just going to click over here onto Google's. I've got the moderate safe search on. Now,
yeah,
I
because you're not looking for porn right now. That's why.
My own personal education use, but I'm just going to type in something safe like dinosaur sex. So we're expecting some educational tools, maybe explaining that dinosaurs never existed. Of course not. Straight away we've got filth. Look at that. That is pornographic.
No, it ain't.
You know, stuff that you could just report this entire page.
No, it ain't. Dude, when you type in dinosaur sex, it's talking about how they actually do it. I mean, wasn't on some of your pages full where it says you didn't know how a dinosaur did it? Well, dude, that's what those things were trying to show, how a dinosaur would do it. Like, there's nothing pornographic about it. It's not two humans dressed up in dinosaur suits going banging, is it? My point. There probably is a fetish for that. But back to the point, that's not what that whole thing's about, you idiot. It's about actually how dinosaurs actually do it. And by the looks of things, you already clicked on it. Look at that. It's already highlighted. So you even clicked on it, dude. So were you jerking off to it? Just wondering.
Page.
Yeah, sure.
Who needs to know that? But, you know, it's just... This is what we're coming across. This is what the world's come to, is that, you know, they're using this Hollywood sex appeal to sell dinosaurs and to try and convince people by, you know, getting them turned on, getting them going. And I understand, you know, I get it. And they are sexy, but, yeah, you got to realize there's fantasy and reality. And, you know, anyways, hopefully...
Dude,
you guys...
you do realize... You fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, dude. No, the point of it, you're a fucking moron. Because you asked, right, you guys, go check out your fucking Christians Against Dinosaurs fucking piece of shitty channel of Facebook, right? Go check that. It specifies, they say, there's a photo saying someone has to be lying because they didn't know how the dinosaurs banged, right? There's no people saying, okay, if a dinosaur's hunched over like this, how could they possibly get up on their hind legs and do the My bloody point. You know, and you said yourself, someone has to be lying because there's no way a dinosaur can get up on its hind horses and somewhat do the deed, right? But here's the thing. Those things are telling you how the goes on. That's the whole bloody point. You fucking sodomite. That's the whole bloody point. But hey, it has nothing to do with bloody porn, you idiot. Unless you got two lesbians in a suit, two Godzilla suits doing the deed, or a straight dude and a straight girl doing the deed on a Pornhub. That would be pornographic, you fucking moron. Those other things are not. They are tool guides talking about the gender and stuff. Listen, there's two meanings for the word sex, you idiot. There's one for sex, which means gender of the species, but also sex means doing the deed. And what that was trying to show is how dinosaurs do the deed. Considering you guys said that it's impossible for dinosaurs to do the deed because they're too heavy and too massive. They couldn't even do the to get on top of each other to do the deed. But they explained it how they do it. And whatever. You're an idiot, dude.
Can go ahead and check out the page. over at Christians Against Dinosaurs, where we really get into it. And
I really get into getting dinosaur banging, are we?
if you even get the chance, there's another page called Dinosaurs Against Christians, which is, I guess, people who don't agree. So, depending on what side of the argument you stand on, check out either or. My personal pick would be this one. And yeah, just get into it. Can't wait to see you guys.
Rightio, dude. You're a douche. And by the way, we don't want to hear about that. Thank you very much.
Hey guys.
We're moving on past that. Thank you very much. We're still on the concept of dinosaurs. Thank you. And we're up to the last two videos. Hooray. We're finally almost finished with this garbage. As far as we know. Is there any more that we haven't seen? Nope. This is coming down to the wire now. Okay, final two. Again, Christians Against Dinosaurs haven't posted in here for ages. Dude, just slipping behind. For a channel that's got 3.18k subs, you guys are still slipping. Anyway, continue.
Oh, Kevin. Who knew happy hour could be so sad? Drinks and dancing were on the cards, but not like this. With 8 hours tropical strength protection, put an end to the pesky shuffle with Aerogard Tropical.
Yeah. Oh, that's really mature. So you say, right? You say that you shall not have any other. You shall overthrow their altars and hew down the images of their gods. Okay. So, what do you think those are? Yeah, true. The Bible did say you shall have no other gods before me, but it says do not put up any altars of any god or any known god. So the whole thing about the whole Catholic bullshit, the Catholic bullshit about putting up monuments and statues of Jesus, that is basically creating a idol. So God doesn't even like himself, Jesus, or himself being an idol. So this right here is even bullshit, right? And again, that dinosaur wasn't even an idol. It was a plastic toy, you fucking moron. Oh my God. Rightio. But you do realise, all you did, numbnuts, was trade for one idea of an idol for another. That's not right either, douche. But anyway, continue your bullshit. Continue. And even then, it wasn't even a real idol. It was a bloody toy. God, you're an idiot. Continue. Continue with the bloody fools and morons from the Dinosaurs Against Christians movement. Who are we going to call? Christians Against Dinosaurs. Who are you going to call? Christians Against Dinosaurs. Get stood on. You bullshit artists. Rightio, let's go.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you turn on your camera because I don't see anything. I can't see anything.
From what I gather, this was a prior live
stream. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's okay.
I'm gonna cut him off.
And yeah, there is a little bit of problem with the phone because sometimes I can't see your. Like this, it's okay. Can you just stay in this position. So thank you very much for your agreement on interview.
You're
And
welcome.
I'll try to be fast because you don't have enough time. I don't have. So tell us about the idea of Christian against dinosaurs. What does it mean? Why this is so important, and why this is so important now, and why you're like resisting your battle against dinosaurs is so important.
Well, sure. Well, first,
how to kill all mosquitoes in the area in 90 seconds. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes around you is taking Australia by storm.
I tell you, talking about the idea of bringing back mosquitoes in amber, the idea of talking about dinosaurs, perfect timing, mosquito trick. Perfect time to put your ad in. Thank you so much, sir. Let's continue, shall we?
This group was founded in the 60s by a man that we will not reveal his identity. He was involved in paleontology field, exposing a lot of fraudulent cases of made-up creatures that they were calling dinosaurs. And we believe that this evil, and we do call it an evil, that corrupts the minds of people, namely children, to target at first. And this is something that the elite use to control the minds of the people by getting them to believe in something like a mythological creature, something as silly as a dinosaur. And from that point on, if you can get a child to believe that, you can get them to believe just about anything.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. And in one of your message, you wrote something about that you are afraid of attacks, and yes. Whether there have been similar incidents or you just afraid of it in like theory that they could be.
We have had members attacked. In 2015, we had some exposure here in America, and one of our senior founding members was attacked in the streets, hospitalized, black eye. People were harassing her at work.
And did you get to know?
That's probably why Kristen isn't around anymore. Okay. Oh, sorry, Kristen, to hear that you got beat up and put in hospital. Sorry to hear about that, Kristen. Sorry to hear that about what happened to your girl. I hope you're doing fine now. But that probably sets an example of the reason why you don't want to do any more videos. Okay, that's fair enough. Well, again, Kristen, sorry that happened to you. I hope you're okay, Kristen.
Like who was the taken person? Like did he get in jail or?
They never did catch the fella.
Okay, I understand. And so can you comment about this statue of dinosaur near the McDonald's in Arizona? So for what, like, I understand that this is quite important to like neutralize the history about dinosaurs, but why this is so important now? Because like all the media, all the mass media is talking about this statue of dinosaur in Arizona. So why this is so important to cut out this statue of dinosaur?
Hang on. I'm a bit lost here. Huh. Well, I don't see no problem with them. The dinosaurs at McDonald's, I don't see a problem with that. Look, from the Google image search I just done about what they're talking about, maybe the only problem it could cause is probably distraction because it is at a intersection. Where are we? There we go. So I don't know if you guys have seen that. Just went. There we go. Like what they're talking about is these dinosaur statues at intersections at the McDonald's, like they're at a McDonald's or whatever at an intersection here. So I'm guessing what So I'm supposing the only downside to this idea is probably because of being a distraction, because it's at an intersection. That's probably the only real downside to it. It's probably because it's at this intersection. That's probably the only downside for it being there. But other than that, it's pretty cool. I think that's the only downside to it is about being on an intersection where people can get distracted by it. Other than that, I don't really see a problem, except for being on an intersection. But then they also have a raptor as well at some other point, and what was it? There's a Edmontosaurus or a some sort of trying to think of what other version of not Edmontosaurus or something else. But yeah, the idea of dinosaurs being in McDonald's, that's not a bad idea, right? The idea of dinosaur statues at McDonald's, it's not a bad idea, but again, being at an intersection, that's what makes me wonder if it's a bit of a problem. As you can see here, multiple people injured from seriously, vehicle struck the pedestrian crossing and struck the thing. So again, that's what I'm saying. This kind of thing happening here might be a cause of concern for the dinosaur being a distraction. But other than that, there's nothing really wrong with it being there. The dinosaur statues are pretty awesome. But because, there we go. That's probably where the main problem is, because it's right on the corner of an intersection. That could be a problem. But other than that, being on a corner of an intersection, that's probably more of a problem because it's considered as being a distraction. If they moved the thing back, if they moved the T-Rex back a bit or over a bit, that wouldn't be much of a problem. Or further back from the intersection, that might not be such a bad idea. But having an intersection, okay, Christians against dinosaurs, you win that one. That does seem pretty bad. I won't lie about that. But anyway, back to what you guys were saying.
To McDonald's, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, our chapters they operate somewhat independently at a local level, but we are all around the country, the globe even. We have a lot of members in Western Europe, some in South America, New Zealand, Australia. So we are constantly at war here. This is something that we do on a regular basis, consistently. Just so happened that for whatever reason, local news picked this one up and ran with it, and it's sort of taken off from there.
Okay, I understand. And so the last question, did your community have some real steps that you have to do for this like real battle on like daily basic? So what you do to stop this mythological theories about dinosaurs and everything like this?
It's largely about reaching people with the information that we have acquired. We do not take a Bible literalist approach. Most of us are from fields of sciences, and we debunk the myth of dinosaurs through a scientific method.
Oh, yeah,
and you can find our research papers on our website, christiansagainstdinosaurs.com. And, we feel that this is something that is larger than it looks on the surface. Like I said, it creates a situation for control from an early age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you very much. And just the last question for me to understand, how big is your community? Because it's really interesting. So how many people in your community, or even in Western Europe, as you said, like how many?
We have the group was actually created out of the UK. It was originally from the UK. It's a little bit larger in America. We have 30,000 members that follow us on our Facebook group page, and a lot more that follow us on the page itself. But we don't have like a log of membership necessarily for the Facebook group page. This is something we do independently. We do not communicate through social media for anything important or keep records, anything digitally. It's all paper. We communicate through paper, carrier pigeons and the sort.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and can I ask you, do you have some meetings for your community or something like this?
We do. These are carried out locally. We have had, we wouldn't call them meetings, more celebrations, where we've gathered multiple groups in one area to meet each other. We've had members fall in love, get married, make best of friends. It's been quite a ride.
Rightio.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for this interview. I'm glad to know you. Glad to record this interview. And I like in some minutes I will check the record, the sound, and everything like this. And if there will be some problems, but I hope not, I will write you to like try to fix it. Okay.
Oh, okay. If
like, if
if
it's
I
not a problem.
could I make a brief statement? If that's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You can do
We
this.
just wanted to make clear that our was not. We are not Republicans. We are not Democrats. We typically consider ourselves ascended beings of sorts, and we try to transcend politics. But this issue is such an important thing to us, and it was brought to our attention on 8chan about a year ago, and we were actually speaking to some Russian fellas,
All right.
and we have this goal in common. And so they started talking about the things that Trump believes in, the thing that Betsy DeVos believes in, and basically we figured, well, why don't we just use Trump like y'all been using Trump? It would be pretty easy to do it. So, we do not support a lot of the racist stuff that comes out of the man, a lot of the authoritarian stuff. We do consider ourselves liberators of information and knowledge. So we just wanted to make that clear. And we do have a statement also from a Russian senior member who has a recorded message she would like me to play for you, if that's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I will do so.
Oh yeah, what you got?
Let me know if it's loud enough.
I think yeah.
Здравствуйте, я Анастасия и являюсь представителем по распространению информации от лица сообщества «Христиане против динозавров» в России. Сама я из Санкт-Петербурга. Я сожалею, что в настоящее время не могу дать полное интервью, но позвольте мне сказать вам, у нас есть много людей, работающих в Соединенных Штатах во многих областях. Наша цель состоит в том, чтобы исключить программу динозавров из программы государственного образования США. Мы регулярно общаемся с министром образования Бетси Дэвис, которая очень восприимчива к нашим пожеланиям и прислушивается к нам. Как только мы удалим динозавров из государственных школ, то будет создана сцена, чтобы снова поставить акцент на реальной науке, основанной на Христе, на твердом фундаменте. Мы попытаемся восстановить целостность образования для Соединенных Штатов Америки, так как кажется, что существует неспособность выполнить эту задачу самостоятельно для многих граждан. Спасибо за внимание. Надеюсь, до скорых встреч.
Was that clear?
Yeah, quite clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much one more time, and thank you for this record message for the Russian member of your community. So thank you very much, and let's keep in touch if it's something went wrong.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much one more time. Bye.
You're very welcome.
Thank
you for the opportunity.
Trust me, lady. Zevistar, trust me, you're not missing much, girl. You and your crew, not missing much dealing with these douchebags. Trust me. No, I'm not saying that Kristen's a douchebag, but I am saying that these founding dudes are douchebags. Like, dudes, you guys are fucked up in the head. Just saying. Anyway, I think that should be the end we have for them mob. Boop, boop. So, yeah. I think that should be the end of this one. So, just to rub salt in the wound for the Christians Against Dinosaurs, I've got a song for you, dudes. Because I know you guys hate rock and roll. I got a song for you. I know you hate dinosaurs and I hate rock and roll. Well, I got a song for you. I know you absolutely hate. So I love it. Anyone remember this old cartoon series? Dinosaurs.
Victoria, you can see stars everywhere, especially the ones that make our very own star, Western Star. More than butter.
That was awesome, dude. And one more. Why not? One more time. All right then. Later, all.